much at 4 a.m. Brains a busted circuit. Bethany said I'm dumb, but I ain't one to word it. She the funk, I'm the liar. Tangled in her prior. Super nice people, dust clouds when I fire.
Don't know what happened, dream or disguise. Could have been a movie script in my eyes.
Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying. Clock tick-tocks heavy like my boots on gravel. Thoughts unravel, demons dance and I travel. She a preacher of pain, I'm the choir of blame. Burn bridges like my nights, no two flames the same.
4 a.m. truth's a whisper in the haze. Dreamt or lied, can't tell in this maze.
Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying.
Here comes Molly, 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 Molly.
Here comes Molly, jumping up and down, she's jolly. Dart dashing all day in the lobby. Say she saw the killer in the hallway sobbing. He was right next to me. Molly said calm like it's meant to be. Blue shoes, red cat, that's the memory. But the tape got gaps, it's a broken scene. Walking around in circles, phone at her ear, just scribbling purple. Notes on the napkin, arrows in the spiral. Every time she tells this story go viral. Who got to you, Molly? Why you laugh so loud? Why you act so jolly? Blood on the curb, you just call it hobby. Smile in the sirens, girl, that's ungodly.
Meet Molly.
Tell us again, we know Bill is your friend.
Meet Molly.
Do it again.
What's real?
What's not? Everything you see is all fogged up.
Meet Molly.
Tell us again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Time to change the story. Oh boy, she grinned. It's the fun part, surely. First he was behind her, then across the street. Then he had no face, then he had no feet. Detective taking notes like a drum line. Every new version got a new punchline. She claims it her way, that's the headline. Molly in the frame, but she's still online. Why your eyes so wide? Who you tryna hide on the inside? Fog in the brain, but the shoes still tied. Pointing at the crowd, yo, the killer right beside.
Meet Molly.
Tell us again, we know Bill is your friend.
Meet Molly.
Do it again. What's real? What's not? Everything you see is all fogged up.
Meet Molly.
Tell us again.
Meet Molly.
Do it again.
Hey.
Oh my, but why make Molly? Why you spin truth like a game, like a hobby? Every time you talk, whole room goes quiet. Whole block rioting and you just deny it.
Meet Molly.
Tell us again. We know Bill is your friend.
Meet Molly.
Do it again. Do it. What's real? What's not? Everything you see is all fogged up.
Meet Molly.
Tell us again. Do it again. Do it again.
All right. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. It's great to be back with you guys today on this beautiful Tuesday. I hope everybody's having great weather like we are here. It's a little too hot for me. I got the air running already, guys. It's way too warm. I hate the heat. So welcome back, guys. Come on in, grab a seat, get off your feet, grab your cup, fill it up. let's jump into this mix. Mama Bear sent me some interesting videos the other day, and I went through and checked them out, and I think they'd be really interesting to break down with you guys, of course. What was Dylan really saying in her interviews, guys? Um, a lot of people have watched these and said, no, no, I don't believe that. No, that doesn't make sense. No, that's a lie. No, this is wrong. This and that. So there's somebody out there that put together a video based on, what he believes on it, and it's quite interesting. And of course, you guys all make your own, observations, feelings, thoughts, and theories about yourself. I just thought it would be interesting to follow through with this, check it out, and see if you come out with anything from the other side of it based on what he had said and the way he shows it. So, and of course, we can do it on ourselves, do it ourselves as well. So again, that's what we're doing today, amongst other things, as we always seem to get into something different with it. I hope you're here for it. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button when you come through the door, if you will, please, and thank you. And please share this out for sure. Great to have you guys in the house again, as always. That being said, let's go ahead and get this show started. Here we go. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet.
All right, all right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's great to be back in the house with you guys here at the cafe. Again, we are open for business. Great to see you all. Hope you're all having a great day because that is what you deserve because you're all so very amazing. Again, thank you all for joining me. Please share this out, hit the like button, let everybody know what we're doing in here today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in and grab a seat. All right. Again, guys, today we're going to be reviewing a couple videos put out by um Jesus, 1 second here. I'm sorry. It's called Travesty Logic is the channel name, and I'll be sharing that as well as there's two parts to this where he breaks down Dylan's interviews and what he believes that she's saying as compared to what she's actually is coming out of her mouth. There's a link for his channel right there. Make sure you guys subscribe and check it out at the very least. Please and thank you. So I'll be bringing those up here shortly. I want to welcome Danielle Tuds. Welcome back. Sweet Pea, great to see you today. Miss Leah, welcome back. Kiss me where I pee. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Tammy C, great to see you today. Tattoo Gal, welcome back. Michelle F, same to you. Deb's 7263, great to see you today. Moonflower, welcome back to you, dear. Lala, great to see you. One Made Nut, Eddie's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for being here. Miss Cat K, great to see you. Ms. Rowena, Ms. Rowe, good to see you, dear. Beach Babe, welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Wave Either 222, thank you for joining us. Debs, great to see you. Astastic, welcome back to you. Michelle F. Amy Oleski, wonderful to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Sandra Kayoshi, welcome to you. Great to see you. Jesse Schul's in the house making some snacks. Miss January, thank you for joining us. Great to see you today. Of course, Luther75 dancing around in here. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all the moderators, as always, for being here. Couldn't do it without any of them. They're all so very much appreciated. Pretty much Finland, welcome back to you. Donna79, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Debs7263, great to see you. Motherfunker, welcome to you. I love your name. L Price 2826, welcome. Blue Devil, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Superman's grandma is back in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I'm working on a Beach Babe. I'll figure it out one of these days about getting some of this stuff on Spotify, I guess. Dick Cat's meow, meow, meow. Good to see you. Miss Jessie Lynn, moving forward. Great to see you, dear. Legal Swag, welcome. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. Musical Contessa, welcome, welcome. Beth Wagner, wonderful to see you, as always. Thank you for being here. Karma Police are in the house, guys. You better behave. Great to see you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Lucy Kitty, meow, meow, welcome back to you. Let me see here. And North Carolina Mountain Man, what is up, brother? Good to see you today. I hope you're doing well. UK Jackie, welcome. Great to see you. Miss Paula, the positive one. Fitzhenry, great to see you, dear. Turkey Creek Gal, welcome back to you. Miss Becca, great to see you. Debs, oop, I said it, but hello again. I don't know why I repeated that one. Baby Ames, good to see you. And good old Lucy up here screaming in the chat. First and foremost, great to see you, Miss Lucy. We love you. Appreciate you for being here. Thank you very much. Again, on your way through the door, if you can, please hit that like button. Share this out. Let everybody know what we be doing. Moto Man, what's up, my brother? Good to see you today. Thank you so much for joining us. Crazy Italian Lady, welcome to you. We appreciate that so very much. Having you here always. Mandy Lynn Sue, welcome to you. Shane Campbell, 5100, good to see you. It is humid here too. I hate the humidity. Cat K, good to see you, dear. Rubik's Cube number 3. Good to see you. Thank you, Mandy Gillian. Welcome back. Always appreciate it. Thank you, Sluther, for that. And again, guys, donations are never, ever expected, especially with these ones here through Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. But they are so very much appreciated, especially now. The bills are due, folks. Internet bill, StreamYard bill, all of it's due all the same time. So anything that is sent that way to support us is so very much appreciated. And believe me, right now, specifically, the bills are all due. So it'll keep me coming here day after day. And I appreciate you all supporting us that way. But again, it's never expected. Understand that. So thank you again, Sluther, for that. Chalk Baby's in the house. Good to see you, Chalk Baby. Stephen Fillmore, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Oh, very much appreciated. Love seeing all these new faces and names in here, too, you guys. Absolutely. This channel is growing spectacularly every day. I'm grateful to see that, too. Thank you so much for all of you that are supporting us here and coming in. The new people, make sure that they are being welcomed as we do with everybody. Make them feel at home, please, and thank you. I really do appreciate the new faces and names so very much. The grub truck Jersey dude is not Kai Davis. It's Miles. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Matt Imlow's in the house today. Good to see you, brother. Mr. Fillmore, again, I think I said it already, but good to see you, my friend. Talk, baby. It's been a minute. It's grateful to see you in here. Mikey's in the house with the last 24. Reaming and yelling. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're having a great day. Staying out of that heat. Yes. The mods, the best mods on the internet right here in this community. Make sure you say hello to them and let them know how much they're appreciated because they are the best. The best you'll find. Susie, 666, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Leah, wonderful to see you. Yeah, I did for a while. When I was younger, I could handle it. I lived down in New Smyrna Beach. I'm good now on that. Kawanda, the lovely Miss Kawanda's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Absolutely, buddy. Absolutely. Love and Other Habits. Always good to see you. Thank you for being here. Come on in. You just scared the death out of me. Why are you doing that? What? Yeah, but you just. 1 second, everybody. My wife just scared the hell out of me. I think I just had a mini heart attack. My wife brought back my little baby garbage can from Bucky's for me from her trip. How about that? Isn't that cool? Looks like one of the big ones, but it's a mini one. I can put little garbage things in it. Pretty neat. She really did. Scared literally almost the death out of me. I know I saw somebody walk through here, but then I didn't see her, and then she peeks her little head around in front of me, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Ro. I told her already. She said, thank you all for taking care of me while she was gone. Yes, Bucky's. Bucky's, it's a cool place. Sally Shepardson, welcome. Oh, sorry to hear that. Be careful with them storms. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. 193 peeps. And we got 82 likes. Please make sure to hit the like button and get this in that algorithm. Oh, I sure did, Miss Donna. I missed the hell out of her. Big old squeeze and kiss and hug and kiss and hug. I missed her so bad. The Tomboy's in the house. Good to see you, Tomboy. It's hot. It is hot. Yesterday and today. I think the high for today here is supposed to be like 85 or 86. I'm not sure. And it was in the 90s yesterday. It was like 95 with the heat index. It was crazy. Like I said, when I turn the air conditioner on, you know something's wrong because I got 'em running. It's hot. And Stitches, what's going on? I can't stay. Have to rescue daughter in Hebron. Oh Lord, I hope everything's okay. Stitches, be careful. Be careful. Forgot about a work meeting. You better don't miss that. Oh yeah, we're supposed to get. We got a little bit of rain last night, I think. Nah, nah, nah. All right, all right. Just give it a couple more minutes to make sure we got everybody in here, and we will get this moving. Thank you, Beach Babe. Only 88 in Central Texas. Well, that's abnormal for them, especially this time of year. Oh, I missed her. Crazy. I don't function when she's not here, Beth. It's not normal. I don't act like a normal person. It's weird. Noni's in the house. Good to see you, Noni. Welcome, welcome. Always happy to have you. Miss Tammy C. Great to see you. Italian Girl Rose 76. Great to see you. That is awesome. Happy anniversary. Sorry it's a little late, but happy anniversary. 5 years. That's awesome. Miss Michelle gifting a membership to a new meatball. Looks like Chalk Baby got it. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Or welcome back to the sauce. Chalk Baby used to be in the sauce a long time ago. Thank you so much, Michelle. Very generous of you and very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. And congrats again, Chalk Baby. I see that's perfect there. Superman's grandma. Love that. 77, no humidity. I would love that perfectly. Truly and honestly. Oh, that's cute, Beach Babe. Took her to the beach and she probably did. Most of them do love the beach. It's fun for them. Oh, Miss Kawanda dropped one too. Thank you so much, Miss Kawanda. And that one went to Legal Swag. Thank you. Very generous and welcome to the sauce, Legal Swag. Thank you again, Miss Kawanda. Always so very generous. Thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. You are so very, very welcome, dear. I hope it was an awesome anniversary. Lexi S20, welcome. Yeah, I'm glad we waited. We got a couple peeps coming in still. 184 people in the sauce now. 94 likes. We're catching up. Welcome to the sauce, dear. Okay, so again, we're going to be reviewing a breakdown done by another channel. 1 second here. That goes by Travis T. Logic. I will show you. There's two videos that he put out. Dylan Mortensen's statement analysis. If anybody's seen this already, you know what I'm talking about. If not, it's quite interesting. Based on what she said in her interviews, what he believes she's really saying or what she's not saying, how she's saying it, so on and so forth. It's quite interesting. Because I know that most of us listening to these, when we've listened to these interviews, have said, yeah, I don't buy that. That don't make sense. Something's wrong. All those kinds of things. Well, it's true. So that's why we're going to do that. We'll discuss some other things as well that are mixed in with that and other things as we talk, like we always do. We always do. we'll end up on one subject to the other. Very helpful. And anybody that's out there that's not in the chat typing, please know we do appreciate you all very much. You're still here, even though you're not typing, and know that we appreciate you being here as well, supporting the channel in that sense. So thank you very much. Oh, yeah. You're making gravy today? Just need to be a meatball. Absolutely. It'll happen. Don't worry. It will happen soon. Miss Noni, good to see you. I'm making, my grandmother called it something else. It was weird. It's not what it truly is, though. It's, it's a different weird form of ziti. Um, I can't think of the rest of it, but it's a different version of ziti that she used to make when I was a kid. It's baked, of course, baked ziti, but it's got ricotta in it, shredded parm, and mozz mixed in. It's ground Italian sausage with ground beef, and you mix it all together, and then you bake it. And then, of course, you put mozz or prove on top of it, a little bit of extra sauce on the side. You bake it, and you can cut pieces of it out, basically kind of like a lasagna. It's so damn good. I'm making that for dinner tonight, so looking forward to it. Carolyn Prestage, good to see you today. Miss Grace is in the house, the Ice Empress. Good to see ya. Always happy to have you here. Oh, it's so good, dude. I love it. It is super cheesy. The Italian sausage mixed with the ground beef and the sauce. It's good. I love making it. They asked me to make it a lot, but so that's what we're doing tonight. And it's not that hard to make. It's pretty easy. It's funny how Dylan's story goes chronologically out of order. In the 911 call, she's acting like she just discovered a passed out friend. Then during the interrogation, saw a masked man and he saw me. Thank you. That's a huge point. Huge point. All right. 186 peeps, 106 likes. You guys definitely are catching it up. And let's see here. Get this started. Let's get this party started. All right. You know what's amazing? Peanut butter and dill pickle. Ew. My wife likes weird things like mayonnaise and banana sandwiches or peanut butter and banana. Peanut butter and banana I can understand, but mayonnaise and banana I have to question. She likes it. She likes it. Weird. All right. Peanut butter and I can't. I love both, but I can't do them together, bro. I'm sorry. Beach. ABI's in the house. Good to see you. I think I don't know if I was awake or asleep or it's dumb. It's absolutely dumb. I agree with you on that fully. It's a joke. It makes no sense. That's what made us question her, in my opinion. I'm going to get this rolling, and then at some point I will drop the link. Bring anybody up that wants to join us to voice their feelings and opinions on what we're talking about and add anything to it that they want. So let's get this thing moving here. I'm going to start with video number 1. Just 1 minute. Statement analysis of Dylan Mortensen's 11/13 interview, part 1. Again, the channel name is Travesty Logic. There is the link right there. There's our Bubbles. That's our Bubbles back in the house. Good to see you, dear. There is the link there. Give me 1 minute. And let me move this here. All right. Yeah, right, Sweet Pea. Right. Thank the Lord, SRB's feeling better today. Or Bubbles. SR Bubbles. Lexi says, I am still convinced that Hunter Chapin has something to do with this and maybe cheating with Xana, and that's why Maisie was so upset. Hey, I've never heard that or thought of that one. That's interesting. Believe me, there's plenty of theories out here. Dog kisses, welcome. Good to have you. It's basically baked ziti, but I do a little. It's my grandmother's recipe. It's got a little bit of a different kick to it, and it's really good, very good. So that's basically what you would call it, baked ziti. Welcome, dog kisses. Beverly Fight, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I could not handle that. I love peanut butter way too much. Did you say, Moto? I can't do that. I can't do that. Peanut butter and dill pickles. Keep them separate. All right, let me move this here and kick this up here. And again, if you guys need me to back up, slow it down, pause it, whatever, let me know. I'm going to get this kicked off. We're going to get into it just a little bit, and then I'll go ahead and put the link out and let people join us at that point. We'll see what we got going on here. Again, the channel name is Travis T Logic, or you could say Travis T Logic, however you want to take it. But that is who did it. The link is in the chat. Make sure you jump over, subscribe, show a little bit of appreciation. And let's do it. Plus, there's some other things we can break down and discuss too once we get that moving.
Okay, so I have recently began analyzing the statement of Dylan Mortensen from her interview from November 13th, 2022. This, of course, is regarding the Idaho 4 case. Just a little background. I am not a statement analyst full-time or anything like that. I studied it quite a bit a few years ago, and I think about it all the time. And I think I can do a pretty good job with it. So I'll let you guys decide. But basically, I have not followed this case for very long or anything like that. My wife is basically obsessed with this case. She has talked to me about some things, but I've watched very little on it personally. She recently showed me the 911 call, the original 911 call with Dylan, and it really piqued my interest. And so she showed me this first sit-down interview, and I have began to analyze it. So I'm going to be doing a few videos on this. This one's just get us started here in the first few minutes of the interview. So let's go ahead and get started now. Excuse me.
Welcome, Jen. No worries, dear. We'll see you when we can see you. I appreciate you very much. Don't work too hard, and thank you so much.
All right, my name is Lawrence. Have everybody you actually spelled it the common way? Your parents didn't go crazy on you? What's your middle initial? And what's your last name? What's your date of birth?
2003.
And what is a good phone number for you? Okay. You've got your phone with you, no worries?
Yeah.
Do you have any pictures, any video, anything like that? Any
Welcome, Miss Sylvia. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Very much appreciated.
social media posts?
No.
Okay. So what's a good address for you?
Like,
Just make somewhere. Where are you living right now? Are you here in that?
And also, Harry Potter's beard's in the house. Just so you guys know, the reason why we're doing this is this gentleman, again, the channel name is Travesty Logic. It's in the chat. He studied analysis quite a bit in the past, okay? He comes out and says he's not an expert in this and that. He's newer to the case. So we're getting somebody new's perspective on this that does have, you know, a slight analysis background on how to analyze videos and what people are saying and thinking. We've all had issues with this. So I thought this would be interesting to break down from a point of view like this. That's why we're breaking this down and talking about it today. And then we're going to talk about it as well. Smiling Sleuth, wonderful to see you. Ms. Momikins, welcome back to you as well. So here we go.
University? What house is that?
what do you mean?
Is that an apartment or a sorority?
It's a house.
Okay. I don't know the sorority, so I
Oh,
apologize.
yeah.
I don't even know if there's any, what's there.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what you know.
Okay, so there was a Civic High party, obviously, yes, we were drinking. I left to go to my friend's house.
When was that party?
Guatemala.
Okay, so we're going to pause here and talk about this. So the investigator began with, I don't know the story. I don't even know what's there. He doesn't know anything. And he began with, so.
Welcome, Bryan Todd. Miss Molly's in the house, our awesome videographer. Good to see her as well. Blue-eyed butterfly. Miss Lindsay C's, great to see you. Smiling Sleuth. All of you guys jumping in here. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you all. Again, we're reviewing. There's 2 videos on this. For those of you that are just jumping in or maybe a little confused, the channel name that we're reviewing is Travesty Logic. We put the link in the chat for it a couple times. And what he's doing, he's newer to the case, but he's got a little bit of a background that he studied in analysis, video analysis, interview analysis, stuff like that. And we're going to listening to what he thinks is being actually said, what she's doing, what she's not doing, so on and so forth type thing. I thought it would be really interesting to get somebody newer, get their take on this, especially with what little background he's got. Nicola Trippier, hello, and welcome back to you. Great to see you. We just got started, so you didn't miss out on anything, really, guys. And then we can discuss these things as well and see what we come up with on top of it. I think it's very important because I think there's a lot of things that are said in these interviews that are not heard. Okay, things that should be being heard that tell different stories, in my opinion, and I'm curious to see what he thinks too. So, Mystified's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, SRB. Right there, Bubbles on the job as always. Good job.
Tell me what you know. It's a great way to start. It allowed Dylan, the subject, to begin where and when and how she wanted to. It afforded her the freedom to make that decision. So she could go a day, a day ago, she could go hours ago. And just for anyone who may not know, I mean, this is 4 years ago, but this was, so the 911 call happened at around noon, November 13th, 2022. And this interview was later that day. So not much later. So we have that beginning, and Dylan, the subject, started with, okay, so there was a Sigma Chi party. So we're going to talk about this a little bit here. This is interesting because she dropped we. So we had some fillers here. Okay, so fillers can be a normal part of speech. They can be totally innocent. And by the way, speaking of innocence, I just want to talk about, we are going to have the presupposition here that Dylan is completely innocent, that she has no guilty knowledge. She didn't harm them. And we are going to allow her to confirm that presupposition, or we are going to allow her to talk us out of that position. That is up to her. We're not going to connect dots. We're not going to interpret what she's saying. We are just going to analyze it and understand it and take some time to think through it. And, but we have a rule that if she can't say it, we won't say it for her. Okay. So we have with she begins here with the filler. Now she might be nervous. She might be hesitating because she has so many places to begin. I mean, an infinite amount of points that she could begin. She could begin, like I said, 8 hours ago, 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago. It's up to her. But we do notice that she dropped we. So it seems like she was going to say, so we were all at the Sigma Chi party or something like that. But that's not what she said. Again, we're not going to interpret it. But the we was dropped. That indicates some sort of sensitivity. She just wanted to say there was a Sigma Chi party. So she dropped her and at least one or other people off of, out of the party, which is very interesting. So right away, we're kind of alerted that the party is sensitive. Now, maybe something really, maybe something happened there that's, doesn't mean she's guilty. I mean, she could still be innocent and something happened there. And that's why the dropping of the we. We paid very close attention to pronouns. Pronouns are fundamental in statement analysis. They're fundamental. And the reason it's fundamental in statement analysis is because pronouns are fundamental in speech. We, even as toddlers, we understand pronouns even before we start speaking. We understand the concept of I and you and mom and dad and we.
It'll pick up, guys. Don't worry. Welcome, Karmic. Good to see you.
So we always pay very close attention to that and its uses in statements. So there was a Sigma Chi party. I don't know much about Sigma Chi personally. I want to know more about it. Again, I'm shedding all my knowledge, all my understanding, essentially, and just going to allow her to tell us. So then we have some interesting words here. Obviously, yes, we were drinking. Obviously, yes, are unnecessary words. We were drinking would be fine. Would be totally fine. Obviously, could be her, could be the subject acknowledging that the investigator already knows this, right? Obviously, you know this already. We were drinking, but that's hard to support because the investigator said, "I don't know the story." It seems like that's not it. Obviously, it is a indication. Obviously, yes, is an indication that she is preempting a question about the party. What's that question? Well, the question would be from the investigator: were you guys drinking? And so we want to pay attention to, in statements like these, where the subject is showing their understanding and their acknowledgement and their sensitivity of the presence of the investigator. Number one. Number two is preempting questions. Okay, we would not expect that. Again, we are expecting that she has a measure of willingness to help here. We understand that four of her roommates recently were murdered, and it might be a very emotional time for her. But whoever did it, whether it be one person or multiple people, they have not been apprehended at this point.
Now, the most interesting thing with this, in my opinion, welcome, Nancy. Cruddy, good to see you as well. Somebody else I saw in here that popped in here too. Karmic, of course. Anybody else that jumped in, welcome. He's going at this as if Dylan is absolutely innocent of everything. G Bean, welcome, G Bean. So remember that too. He's going at he doesn't know everything we know at this point. He's going at this 100% fresh per se, and that she has no guilt or anything, and he's trying to keep it that way. And like he said, until she makes us believe that in a different way. So I think that's going to be interesting. That's part of the very interesting part to this. So let's see what happens.
And we would assume that she might have some of the most important knowledge out of anyone that could assist investigators in discovering who did this. And so it would be totally expected that she would go, okay, here's what happened. Here's everything I remember. Here's the important parts. Here's the, and there wouldn't be concern about the judgments or the questioning or the sizing up of the information that she's giving the investigator. So I'm hoping that makes sense. The other part of obviously that we should talk about is obviously could be persuasive. Obviously, yes, we were drinking. It would be silly to think that we weren't drinking, which we would go, why would that be necessary? So it is unnecessary. Now we here came back. So we was dropped. There was a Sigma Chi party. Obviously, yes, we were drinking. So we came back in there. It's interesting. Drinking was mentioned. Now, was drinking mentioned because, was drinking mentioned because she had a lot to drink this night and she doesn't remember a whole lot, and maybe she is thinking that I don't know how much I can help because I don't remember much. I was drunk all night. So that's something we'll look for. She didn't say that, but she's alerting us that drinking was involved. We're not sure why. Right after this, we now have, I left to go to my friend's house. So now we sit back and we look at this and we go, okay, so we was dropped. She didn't want we into the Sigma Chi party. She wanted to let us know drinking was going on. And then as soon as that's mentioned, she's out of there. I left to go to my friend's house. We pay really close attention to I left. This oftentimes denotes missing information. Well, clearly there's missing information. All we know is there's a party and drinking was involved. So this is already alerting to us again for the second time, or maybe the third, that this party and drinking is very sensitive to her. So now she's gone as soon as she came in again. So tell me what you know. She had all, an infinite amount of options to start. She started here, and as soon as she started here, she left. This is peculiar right off the bat. So I left to go to my friend's house. My friend denotes closeness, but it's really not a proper introduction. We really want to hear and understand introductions here. There is no name. We'd like to know who she's talking about. But yeah, I left to go to my friend's house. We're not sure why. We're not sure. Was there tension here in the party? Did she, just as fast as she showed up here in the statement, did she leave physically? I mean, now one thing that's interesting is that there's no we left. So we were drinking, her and.
Thank you so much, Dog Mom. Number one towards our goal for today. Says my favorite time of day, TruCrime Cafe, and I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, and God bless.
One or more other people, and then I left. So it tells us that she was drinking with others, and then she left. So it would be easy to kind of draw connections here that her and one or more other people went to the Sigma Chi party. She would not say that. Then she left alone. So there's not we left. Okay, so we kind of have a change here. So we just want to pay attention to that. We want to understand why that happened. Another kind of peculiarity here. All right, so we're going to go back. We're going to listen on.
I think I went there around like 10:30ish.
Last night or this morning?
Last night. And then,
Okay, the investigator, because she didn't specify when was the party, he goes back and asks, when was that party? All she said was, there was a Sigma Chi party. It's a good question here by the investigator, which denotes some thinking was happening here. Another filler. And then I think I went there around like 10:30ish. So we have a lot of caveats here. This timestamp has, I think, like, ish. this is not a solid timestamp. So for anyone following this case, I just want to say, we're going to pay attention to these timestamps. And I know a lot of people build their chronologies and they look at their timelines. If you're using this as a timeline, as kind of a beginning point, I think that would be a mistake. Again, if she can't say it, we're not going to say it. She is not committing to this time. Now, one thing that's interesting is she says, I think I went there. Okay. So again, she dropped the we, and then we were drinking, and then I left. So we have a we dropped, and then we came back, and then I, and now she's going back to I went there. So what's going on there? That's kind of interesting. One thing that's also interesting here is the words I think I went there are right in front of us here. So this might clue us in that she didn't go there. She thinks she went there. That's not the same as I went there. So why is she unsure about this though? Why not, around 10:30? That would be fine. Why all these caveats? Again, we're not sure. She's not really being specific. She's not like, sir, I had a lot to drink. I am really trying hard to remember. No, she's not saying that. So we're not going to say it for her. We're just not sure what's going on here. Okay. Investigator then, so she said 10:30, and then the investigator asked last night or this morning. And then she says last night. So that was good clarification. You talking about 10:30 this morning, or are you talking 10:30 last night? She says last night. Okay. So then she said, and then, okay. And then denotes a passage of time. All right. Passage of time.
And then, thank you. Where'd it go? Luther dropped 5 new memberships. I couldn't see who got them. Congrats to the 5 new meatballs. And thank you so much, Luther. Very generous of you, dear, as always. Very much appreciated. Whitney Stone, welcome. Good to see you today. All right. Sausage biscuits. Good to see you. We missed you. Making sure I'm not missing anybody. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you today. Debbie Denny, welcome to you. And again, Johanna, welcome to you. What we're doing is this channel's called Travesty. Oh my God, I just lost the name of the damn channel. Anyhow, Travesty Logic, or is that what it is? Is that what I just said? Yeah, Travesty Logic. And what he's doing is he's breaking down and analyzing Dylan's interview, and he's going at it as if though he doesn't know anything. That he doesn't know, because he really doesn't. He's newer at this. He doesn't know the guilt to her side and all that kind of stuff. And he's going to allow her to, he's going to pick it apart and then see if she turns him in that direction. Is basically what his whole thing is on this. And that's why we're doing it. Get a new fresh pair of eyes on it. Thank you, SRB. And that analyst, touch to this to see what he thinks. And then we're going to discuss what we think about it. So anyway. You're doing fine, Whitney. You're fine. No worries. I appreciate your input. Parmer Violet, welcome. Good to see you.
So in her mind, last time she was talking about where she was at, she left to go to her friend's house. Then the investigator talked about the party at 10:30, and then, okay, so let's go back and let's keep listening.
And then me and my friend and then right, and then we just all went to bed. It was the house we went to for a little bit, and then it was just me. Like, I came home, and then later.
Okay.
She's a girl.
Okay. And are they all in the same campus?
She's.
Okay.
Now
welcome, Whit.
Okay, so we're going to stop here and talk about it. Sorry, an ad popped up on YouTube. I don't pay for YouTube. All right, let's get back here. All right, so we have a lot of redacted stuff. It was really hard to listen to all of this. I went to redacted, and then me and my friend redacted, and then redacted. We just all went to bed. Just a bunch of redacted stuff. Was the house? She says was the house we went to for a little bit, and then it was just me. Like, who came home, and then later, okay, is she? It was just very confusing, very, very frustrating that we don't have this. It seems like there's some really important information here. Okay, but I want to go back a little bit. So, investigator said last night, or this morning, she says last night, and then I went to redacted, and then me and my friend redacted, and then redacted. We just all went to bed. Okay, so just a little preview. She says this again a couple times. So I think it's good to just kind of talk about these words, because we did hear these. We just all. Okay, there's a lot of interesting words here. We, not just her, she's speaking for her and at least one other person. Just. So anytime we see just, we kind of flag that, and we want to analyze that, because just is a comparison word. We've all watched, police cams where, how many of you had to drink tonight? Oh, just 2, officer. Just 2. There's kind of something instinctively, intuitively, we question that. Versus, how many of you had to drink tonight? 2. It's simpler. Truth is amazing. Truth is it doesn't need reinforcement. Truth is solid as it is. Truth is solid on its own. And this is something that was just really fascinating me early on about statement analysis. It's not just about discovering deception, but also being able to hear a truthful statement. That's just as important. So we just all went to bed. I think about this with my kids. I walk into a scene with my kiddos, and I'm like, hey, what happened here? Well, I just touched it and it broke. You just touched it, right? Immediately there's skepticism there. Versus, I walked in here, I was watching TV, I heard something fall, and I came in here and this was broke. That sounds like a testimony rather than kind of a convincing. Just has the comparison, but also I just did that. I didn't do the other things you were thinking of. So we just all went to bed. Again, we went to bed. That would be totally fine. We just all went to bed. She really wants to emphasize it wasn't just her, and there wasn't some went to bed, but all went to bed. We got to ask why. Is that in reality what happened? We just all went to bed. And I will note that throughout all these redactions here, I mean, there looks like maybe 30 seconds or something like that. But all we really know is about a party and there was drinking, and then she's already getting into going to bed. Why? Why is she rushing through so much precious information?
Good question.
There's some peculiarities here. Okay. So we're gonna keep listening, but
he's going into this. It's funny. He's going into this as though she has nothing nefarious being done, that she's completely innocent of all activities of anything. And he's only into this 20 minutes, and he's already there's some weird peculiarities and things like that going on. He ain't seen shit yet. So yeah. And this isn't even the good interview. You know what I mean? So he's already seeing it. Yeah.
these are some things that we're kind of being alerted to.
Thank you for those of you that donated towards the Cash Apps. You guys are awesome. God bless. Very much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. Can we catch him up? I think he'll catch himself up. Coming up, truly and honestly.
Okay. So you guys were
Welcome back.
Yeah.
And then eventually she lived her place. Where does she live?
She lives like down the street. I don't know exactly where that is. And then
Now the best part of this, guys, is once we get through this, we're gonna have our own discussion on this too. Truly, that'll be the best part of this, in my opinion. Kick old Biddy's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much.
Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. And then we all went to bed.
So what time do you
Okay. So you guys were there. You came home early. Yeah. And then there was a little bit of an audible sound like she sobbed. There's not much to like take from that.
I was thinking the same thing, Moto. Thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that. Number 2 towards our goal today. 100%. 100%. So guys, make sure you subscribe. We need to get his channel going. This is very helpful and very interesting in his cases, I think. So sorry to keep interrupting, but there's many things to speak on. So yes and yes. Thank you very much. Again, Moto. And make sure you guys subscribe, please, and thank ya.
But I just wonder if you came home early kind of triggered an emotion for her. That's just something that's, you know, kind of stood out to me. Not much conclusive information there, but anyway, the investigator then says, and then eventually she lives her place. I think that's a bad transcript from YouTube. Where does she live? We don't exactly know who she's talking about right here because of the redactions up there, but she lives like down the street. I don't know exactly where it is. And then, so again, we have a kind of a passage of time here. And then we have finally some names. Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. And then we all went to bed. So she went right back to, and then we all went to bed. So that's what she said before here. There were some questions here. Not exactly sure what happened here, but okay. So you guys were there. You came home early. And then he like just asked about a lady, and she answers that. She goes, Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club, and then we all went to bed. Maddie and Kaylee. So we finally have an introduction here. Maddie and Kaylee, we note that there's not my friend Maddie or anything like that. It's just simple, it's straightforward. It's Maddie and Kaylee.
I like how he's breaking this down because the things he's pointing out, I think, are very important. You know, she could have said my best friends, Maddie and Kaylee, or my friends, Maddie and Kaylee, or it's the way she says it. And that's the things he's pointing out, I think, are very important. Very important. Not 100% sure, Chuck. I know he studied analysis and stuff like that, he said, quite a bit. So that's why. Yes, Lucy, we have to go along with it for right now. That's how he's trying to look at this to start off with. And then I believe he's going to allow for her to change his mind, is what he said. So we'll see. I know it's hard, Lucy. I know. Because it's a completely non-biased account of it. And yes, that's why I thought it would be important for us to be able to see this with another set of newer, cleaner eyes, non-biased, and somebody that has an analysis background to be able to break this down. It should be quite interesting.
Came home from the club. Maddie, my roommate who lives in X place, and Kaylee, my other roommate. You know, there wasn't much there, but at least we do have some names here, which is good. They're not redacted. Maddie and Kaylee came home would have been very simple. She instead had a filler, and then so it kind of seems like she was.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Kawanda. Number 3 towards our goal today. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you very much. It is difficult, Noni. I know it's very difficult. And Rochelle Fiscus, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. No mention of them all going to Kaylee's room after Maddie and Kaylee came home in this interview. You think it was all made up after the cover. The fact she was texting Eric. Could be. Very good. Very good point. Thank you again, Rochelle.
You know, thinking about some time there, Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. So she kind of added that in there. We understand that the club is not the same thing as the Sigma Chi party. So apparently Maddie and Kaylee were not at the party. They were not part of the we were drinking, apparently. But for some reason she did mention from the club. And as soon as they got home, she's going straight to, then they all went to bed. Now we're going to note that so far we have not heard from Dylan anything from experiential memory. Everything is from a third party, kind of like a narrative view. She's not giving us what she heard, what she smelled, what it felt like,
Thank you, Nicola.
What she experienced. She's giving us
God bless.
the
Very much appreciated.
The narration Okay. Why? That's not really to be expected. We would expect her to be going back and maybe even doing historical present tense, where she's going back in time, recalling memories and going and saying, okay, I'm walking down the stairs. I see Kaylee. She looks a little upset. I wonder if it's because of X and Y and Z, right? That.
God bless Turkey Creek a lot. We all did. Most of the community did. And I'm grateful to hear that he's no longer in pain. And we're all keeping you in our thoughts and prayers always. And if at any point you need anything or you need to talk, please feel free to reach out to any one of us. Please and thank you. God bless, hon.
That's not what she's doing. She's not doing historical present. She is talking about from now, at the time of this interview, to the past. She's talking in past, but it's very important to note that so far, she is not, as far as we know, we have some redacted stuff here. As far as we know, nothing has been from experiential memory. Why? That's not to be expected. And now we have another unexpected. She's getting to the point of, we all went to bed. So how did that happen? Did Kaylee go to bed first? Were you guys hanging out in the living room? She's not saying any of this. She's not saying, we don't even know what they said to each other. So far, we have no words spoken. This is not to be expected. Okay. All right. Let's continue listening.
You think you got home?
I think I got home around 12:30 to 1.
Okay.
Between there.
And then what time do you think you came home?
Like 10, 20 minutes after I did.
Okay. And then Maddie and who else came from?
Kaylee, I think they came home like 1:32-ish.
Okay. And at that point, nothing.
Nothing weird at all.
Okay.
Okay. So a lot here. A lot here. Let's see. Where did we finish here? Oh yeah. And then we all went to bed. Okay. Investigator, what time do you think you got home? So that's interesting. The investigator picked up on this, lacking of confidence in her timestamps. So
Now, real quick, I'm stopping it. Catherine Carpenter, welcome. Good to see you. CT Girl, good to see you as well. Lizzie Turtleballs, welcome back. So he said the interviewer picked up on her lack of confidence. Little does he know, it's not a lack of confidence. That's what would be believed in a normal situation, that it's lack of confidence. In my opinion, what it is, Yvette, good to see you, is, it's still a lack of confidence, not knowing whether or not she can hold on to the story she's trying to tell, in my opinion. I'll say that. So that's what this is in my side of things from what I'm saying is. And we're going to talk about it more, but his side of things, again, she's completely innocent of everything, the way he's looking at this. So Sharon and Becky and P. Fox, Yvette, all you guys, thank you so much for jumping in. It's great to see you all today. I hope you're having an amazing day. Thank you for joining us for this. Joniques, welcome to you.
he says, I think I got home around 12:30 to 1. Around 12:30. So she gave us a range around 12:30 to 1. So what does that mean? Around 12 to 2? I mean, I don't know. And then I think. So again, I just would not recommend building a timeline based on this. If she's not going to say it, we're not going to say it for her. Now, is she being deceptive about the time, or does she really not know? She's not being clear about that. So we're not going to make a decision about that, but we're open to either way. So we're still going to pay attention to that. Then she says, in between there. So I think I got home around 12:30 to 1. Okay, in between there. So, I mean, she kind of supports it a little bit more that it is in between 12:30 to 1. Investigator, and then what time do you think blank came home? Like 10 to 20 minutes after I did. So we have one little caveat here, like 10 to 20 minutes. Well, I guess it's 10 to 20 minutes. It seems a little bit stronger than before. Okay, and then Maddie, and who else came from blank? Kaylee. I think they came home like, and then she started like 1:32-ish. So again, very caveated here. I think, now, I don't know what he said right here. Who else came from blank? Kaylee. So I guess this was in reference to Maddie. I mean, here's what I'm thinking. Kaylee, I think they. So I have a single person here, singular, and then they, which looks inconsistent, but because this is inaudible and this is redacted, I can't make Can't really stand on that. But I think they came home like stutter 1:32ish. Okay, this is important. Investigator. Okay. And at that point, nothing, she interrupted, nothing weird at all. Okay. So anytime we see nothing, we really want to think about that. We don't remember what didn't happen. We're not thinking about what's not happening in real time as we're experiencing life. We're thinking about what is happening. And we recall what did happen. Our memories work in the sense that they store what did happen, not what didn't happen. So nothing is something we flag and look at. Now, one thing that's frustrating about this, and for as much credit as I give the interviewer, the investigator, starting off so strong here, so tell me what you know, he then gives her a word here. And at that point, nothing. And she parrots it, nothing. So there's kind of a caveat of the analysis here, unfortunately. She used his word, and that's called contamination. Sorry, I'm playing with my silver dollar here. She parroted the investigator's word. He unfortunately contaminated this. It would have been perfectly fine if he would have said, okay, Kaylee, you think Kaylee came home around 1:32ish. I'm listening, and just let her continue. But we still have nothing weird. So she's not parroting weird. She came up with that all on her own at all. There's force behind this. Nothing weird would have been totally fine. Nothing weird would have not meant anything less than nothing weird at all. At all. It's almost like nothing weird needed support for her. Okay. It wasn't strong enough at all. She needed to add that in there. Why? Now, she's not saying, I didn't notice anything weird because I put myself in the situation, and it's like, and we understand this from statement analysis and the myriads of cases that we've had, is oftentimes when victims or eyewitnesses or whatnot are thinking through things during the original time, nothing seemed out of place. But as they are now recalling it, knowing the full picture of everything that happened, they're starting to be suspicious that, wow, actually, that was kind of strange, wasn't it? But right here, she doesn't psychologically, she's not open to that. She is sure, absolutely sure, that there was nothing weird at all. Why would she be so confident about that? Let's not forget that 4 of her roommates, not much later than this, got murdered. So her confidence, her urgency here is concerning. It's very concerning.
Here we go.
Everyone's asleep at 4 a.m. I look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing because I can tell it's her voice and that's Murphy because he's barking. And then I hear her go upstairs because you can hear everything. And I heard her say, "There's someone here," and I thought she ran downstairs. And then I jumped up and locked my door because I didn't know what else to do.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh boy.
There is a lot here. A lot. So as I'm analyzing statements, I mark things. I have kind of a color coding process. I'll underline things. I'll highlight them, things like that.
Keep it going, guys. Thank you.
Portion right here took me hours to really analyze and think through. And the more the more I looked at this and the more I thought about it and the more I analyzed each word and thought, this is what we call a pregnant statement here. Very pregnant with all kinds of sensitivity indications. Okay. So we're going to break this down. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Yeah. So far, again, we've had no recollecting of memory. We nothing so far has been what she felt, what she heard, what she smelled, what she saw, etc. So we have now, then everyone's asleep. Okay. We need to stop and think about that for a minute. This is, I think, the 3rd time now that she's talked about everyone's asleep, everyone's in bed. We all went to bed. She really wants to get to this point. Now, how does she know everyone's asleep? This is an interesting thought here that she says. Did she go around knocking on each door, verifying that everyone was asleep? Because again, she's not saying everyone was in the room at this point. Everyone's asleep. How does she know that? It's hard to consider how she knew this. Is she saying, I didn't hear anything, so I assume everyone's asleep? Well, that's not what she said. She's giving us the narration with confidence. Very simple phrase here. Then everyone's asleep. I will also say, going back to nothing weird at all, then everyone's asleep. This reminds me of something Peter Hyatt taught. And he's like, in fiction, when we're reading a novel, when we come across words like, it was a beautiful summer day and everything seemed so normal. Well, as we're reading that, we instinctively are curious. It draws our attention because it's signifying, we know this, it's signifying that anything but normality is going to follow here. Something crazy is going to happen. And so we have here from the subject, nothing weird at all. Then everyone's asleep. Okay. This sounds like story time. So,
bingo. There's the first one. He hit it already. Sounds like story time. The link is right here. Hop on over and go ahead and subscribe. Show him a little love and respect. Thank him for what he's doing here. We do appreciate it very much. Very much. So there again is the link to subscribe, folks, should you choose. Thank you very much.
We're going to move on. Well, I will also say then is also indicating a passage of time here. Okay. Passage of time at 4 a.m. So that kind of confirms this. We went from 1:32-ish to at 4 a.m. At 4 a.m. So this is the first time. This is not at 4 a.m.-ish. This is not like 4 a.m.
This is part one, folks. I'll be pulling up part two after this.
This is not anything like that. There's no caveat. At 4 a.m. Now there's confidence. So we kind of are getting an indication here that we're getting story time, and now we have a confident 4 a.m. Why? Well, we then have, I look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. Is a very interesting phrasing here. I look at my phone. So let's break this down. What does looking at my phone mean? Did she look at her phone? Well, no, she didn't say I looked at my phone. That would have been simple. She added in a caveat. I look at my phone. Did she just scan over and just look at her phone real quick and just notice the time on it? Is she trying to support? Again, is she preempting the investigator's question? How do you know is it 4 a.m.? Well, is it 4 a.m. because I looked at my phone? We don't know. I look at my phone. Now, look, we now have historical present tense for the first time. For the first time, she's now going back in past and retelling it as if she was there. I look at my phone and I can hear. Okay. So she continues with present historical tense. We're going to pay really close attention to this and note if and when she leaves this historical present. I can hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing. So again, I look at my phone. I can hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing. What is she saying here? This is not, we're not going to say it for her. We're not exactly sure what she's saying. I can hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing. I don't know. We're going to understand later that Murphy's the dog. She does use Kaylee's name here. We note that again. She's not saying I can hear someone playing with the dog. Kaylee playing with Murphy. I can hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing. Well, this is really interesting because everyone's asleep. Remember, everyone's in bed. Everyone's asleep. Everyone's asleep. At 4 a.m., I can hear Kaylee and Murphy dancing. So is what we're supposed to understand here is that Kaylee got up and started dancing with Murphy a couple hours later. This really doesn't make any sense. And this is starting to really show us why there was some convincing persuasion.
Bingo.
Has a need to persuade. Nothing weird at all. Then everyone's asleep. Well, I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. Is this commotion? I can hear. Was Kaylee and Murphy, was Murphy barking? Was there a bunch of commotion going on and she got woken up? We're not sure here, okay? But some really important things are happening here. Then we have, because I can tell it's her voice. Anytime we have an explanation as to why
Agreed.
in statement analysis, we want to pay very close attention to that. She says, because I can tell it's her voice. So I just want us to back up here and think about this. She might have some of the most important information for investigators to find out. One little clue could break the case wide open for them. And she feels it's necessary to tell us that she can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. And she knows it's Kaylee because she can tell Kaylee's voice. This is unnecessary information, completely unnecessary information. In fact, much of this whole statement is unnecessary information. I like look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing because I can tell it's her voice. Dylan, you're a roommate of hers. You live with her. We know you can tell it's her voice. We know we don't question your faculties. We don't question that. Why is that sensitive to you? Now, something that's very important here is Kaylee. She had mentioned Kaylee up there. Now Kaylee, after
Thank you, Wonders.
I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. Now it's her. So Kaylee went from Kaylee to her. And we're going to pay attention to that. We're going to pay attention why, and if things change again, that's something we need to pay attention to. Something else that sticks out to me, I can tell it's her voice. Her voice. She decided to talk about Kaylee's voice. She didn't need to do that at all. Kaylee's voice was sensitive to her. It's important enough to her to mention it. And
that's awesome, Nicola. Thank you for that. Very good point. I hope you guys are getting something out of this. I know I definitely am. I really am enjoying this, though. Thank you again for being here to go through this with me. As I said, we'll get into our own discussion here shortly hereafter.
When I was first analyzing this, after, honestly, it took me 3 or 4 hours, I went over to my wife and I said, hey, because I don't know much about this case. I'm learning more, but I asked her, what happened to Kaylee's body? You know, what were the, I knew she was stabbed. I knew there was lots of stab wounds. But what was the extent of the injuries? And was there any special injuries regarding her voice? Was her throat slashed? Things like that. And my wife explained to me that she had her cheeks slashed, kind of like the Joker, apparently. And that really gave me chills. Yeah. Okay. So we're being alerted here that there's sound going on here. And then she continues on, and she can tell it's her voice and that it's Murphy. Now the here is interesting. Was there a decision made here? Was she going to say the dog? Was she going to say, you know, the little, you know, crap head? I don't know. Was there a decision here on how she wanted to refer to Murphy? But anyway, that it's Murphy because he's barking. Oh my gosh, here we go. He's barking. So we now have some interesting change of language. Anytime we see a change of language, we really want to think about that too. So at first we have, I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. And now we have her voice and Murphy's barking. Okay, that's not the same thing. It's almost palpable here. I can hear. So this is very sensitive to the subject. We're being alerted to there's intensity here. Okay. And then I hear her. Okay, so we now have another her. Kaylee is not being referred to as Kaylee. It's now her. I want to talk about that a little bit. So in statement analysis, Peter Hyatt, he shares an example where a young girl was sexually abused, allegedly, and the detectives or investigators got a statement from her dad. And her dad had talked about, you know, what had happened. And in his statement, he was referring to the girl as my daughter. My daughter, you know, then this happened, and then I talked to my daughter, and then all of a sudden the statement, it changed to the girl. And this was a indication of psychological relationship, sensitivity. In what we understand is that psychologically, before the sexual abuse, she was his daughter. And then something changed about her in his mind where she turned into the girl, which allowed.
That is a very interesting point, and that does happen in these interviews. Truly and honestly, this guy is on point. I'm telling you, you guys. I hope you're enjoying this because I am. Welcome, Ocean. Good to see you. G Bean, great to see you as well. Wonders, great to have you here as always. And on we go.
Allowed him to do the heinous things that he did. So we really pay attention to how people are referred to. Again, Kaylee is referred to as her and then her. So we need to ask ourselves, what about Kaylee changed to where now she's just a her? Well, a lot of commotion happened apparently. And then I hear her go upstairs. So, and then that's a change of time. Again, a passage of time. Missing information here is indicated. I hear, again, she has stayed in historical present. I hear her go upstairs, which is interesting because we understand that Kaylee's room is above her on the third floor. Dylan is on the second floor. So the change here and then might be missing information that Kaylee was back downstairs. Either that or Kaylee and Murphy are like dancing, not in her room, which, okay, thought everyone was asleep. There's some real strange things going on here. We are not getting the full picture here at all. And we have to ask ourselves, why? Why are we getting confusing things happening here? I hear her go upstairs and then she explains again, cuz. Okay, we have cuz he's barking. Then we had cuz I can tell it's her voice, cuz he's barking. And now we have, well, and then I hear her go upstairs. She feels the need to explain why she heard her go upstairs or how she heard. And then we are confronted with you. So now she has left historical present. This is so sensitive to her that she's removed herself from it. You can hear like everything. She's brought in the investigator. Anytime something like this happens in a statement, we want to pay very close attention to it, think about it, and analyze it. The investigator cannot hear Murphy. The investigator cannot hear Kaylee, cannot hear her go upstairs. The subject is including the investigator. She couldn't say, because I can hear everything. You can hear like everything. This is very sensitive to the subject. And in fact, she couldn't go back at this point. She could not go back into the historical present. This is a terrible sign here, guys. And I heard, so this is an indication that she is not in the historical present. She left. She brought in the investigator. Again, we now have another instance where she is signifying that the presence of the investigator is on her mind. And I heard her say, we continue with her. And I heard her say, there is someone here. This is really important. When I first heard this, because I'm a bad listener, I automatically thought of something. I automatically imagined something. She is saying the word say. Say is a soft word. That she didn't say scream. She didn't say gasped. She didn't say whispered. There's someone here. She didn't.
Thank you, Karmic. This right here is a very important point that he's making. This one. This is great. I hope you guys are getting as much out of this as I am. I really do appreciate that, Karmic. And again, I'm glad you said that because I am too. Yeah, this next part is real important.
Say, Kaylee shouted that there is someone here. I heard her say, hey, come here, Murphy. Say is a non-intense word. So we're going to believe her. There's someone here. Now, was Kaylee joking? Was Kaylee trying to razz the roommates? Did someone come visit? Someone just come knock? We don't know. But she's in the present. She's talking about the past. I heard her say, there is someone here. Now, this is not a direct quote. This is not, I heard Kaylee say, oh, Murphy, who's at the door? This is not a direct quote. This is, again, his narration. there's someone here. And I thought, so we now have a caveat, and I thought she ran downstairs. Remember, but you can hear it like everything. But now I thought she ran downstairs. She caveats it. Why? So she continues with her, she. She's not saying Kaylee's name. And I thought.
And there's the disconnect. There's the disconnect where she's disconnecting herself from the situation. That proves guilt to me and says guilt to me in that aspect. Welcome, Meanie. Good to see you. Pretty much 4 a.m. Good to see you as well. Microbloy, welcome to you. All you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. So yeah, very good points. Very good points. My boys, welcome. Good to see you. Right. That bingo. That's why I said this is very important. I heard her say, not yell, scream, whisper, any of that. That's a very good point that he's making with that. Very good point.
She ran downstairs. And then, as a passage of time, missing information. I jumped. Anytime we see physical words, I sat there and told him. I sat up. I jumped up. Anytime we see a kind of like physical posture, physical words, we really want to pay attention to that. I jumped up. Why would she jump up? Kaylee just said, there's someone here. Sounds the way she's saying it, it's not intense. But then she says, I jumped up. The intensity that I am getting from her is all this commotion happening at 4 a.m. when everyone was supposed to be asleep. Everyone's asleep, apparently. I jumped up and locked my door because I didn't know what else to do. So just on the face of that, it just doesn't make any sense, does it? That doesn't, you jumped up and locked your door because you didn't know what else to do. How about open your door and say, hey, Kaylee, what's going on? Or shout, since you can hear.
Thank you.
For everything. You don't even need to get up. You can just sit there in your bed and go, hey guys, what's going on? It's 4 o'clock. What's happening? You could call the cops if you're really concerned. You could hurry and make sure the exterior doors are locked. You can make sure your friends are okay. I didn't know what else to do. This is not a good sign at all. Not a good sign at all. I'm going to get back to that because I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself here. No pun intended. My door. Anytime we see door, anytime we see window, anytime we see bathroom or washing, we want to explore that for sexual abuse.
Bingo. Right there, bro. Same thing I was thinking. It makes you wonder. I jumped up and I locked my door. Did Kaylee try to open Dylan's door to get in the room with her? And think about that for a minute. That blew me away. It just came to me when he said it too. Like, wow. Could she have tried to get in Dylan's room to get away from whoever was chasing her to protect herself, and Dylan locked her fucking door? How about that thought, folks? How about that thought? This guy is great. I love this dude. Please make sure if you have not subscribed, please do. Please do.
Actually, let me explain that just for a little bit. So a woman who has been a victim of sexual abuse, going to the bathroom is very sensitive to them. It is very often the safest place for them. They remember. They actually record time in between going to the bathroom oftentimes. Why? Because when they can go in the bathroom, shut the door, lock it, they now feel safe. It is a stress reliever. She is safe. Going to the bathroom is very sensitive to her. So when we see bathroom, washing of hands, if a man is in the statement says, hey, or if they're asked, hey, what'd you do yesterday? Help us understand. And he mentions washing his hands. It's very rare. That might be the moment where right after he did the crime, he washed his hands. That's why it's sensitive to him. If we ask our friend, hey, what'd you do yesterday? They never were like, well, I woke up and I brushed my teeth and then I went to the bathroom and then I washed my hands, and that's just not normal. We don't track that. People who don't have have not experienced sexual abuse, we don't track that. So same thing with door. The opening and closing of doors is really sensitive to them because opening of the door might be when the trauma starts, and it's very sensitive to them when doors are opened, or when they're closed. It's finally done. The door's closed. or the window. The window might be how the attacker comes in, and so the opening of windows is very sensitive to them. The opening of windows might be their only escape. So windows, doors, things like that. So we want to kind of just consider that it's unnecessary to mention the door oftentimes. Now, the fact that she says locked my door, it does appear that the door was already shut. She just locked it. And by the way, I'm not saying that there's sexual abuse here. It could be nothing, but we just want to explore for it. It's something that investigators should, look into and study her history and things like that. So now there could have been, could not have been, we don't know. But she then explains, I didn't know what else to do. This is really not what we'd expect at all. It reminds me of Peter Hyatt would talk about the Caitlin Markham case, which actually fairly recently, it was a cold case. Fairly recently, John Carter, her boyfriend, has been charged, I think, with just like involuntary manslaughter or something like that. Not first degree murder or anything like that, unfortunately. But Peter analyzed the 911 call where John, the boyfriend, called 911 and said, I can't find her anywhere. And the 911 operator asked him, where have you looked? And I believe he just mentions one or two places and then just drifts off and stops talking. And that was a strong indication of deception there, that he was trying to convince them of something that wasn't true. We also have scenarios where 911 people will call 911 and say, she's gone. Maybe it was about the missing daughter or something like missing wife, missing girlfriend. And they'll say on the 911 call, she's gone. Well, how do you know she's gone? What does that mean? Maybe she's just down the street. Maybe she walked down to the neighbors. Have you checked everywhere? But a lot of the time that's an indication of a psychological truth. She's gone. He or she, whoever's calling 911, may already know that she's actually gone. They're just they're leaking it out. It's called leakage. But I didn't know what else to do. Maybe she's right. Maybe at this point, because we have so much passage of time, sensitivity, changes in tenses, maybe there was nothing else to do at this point. Maybe they were all gone. And the only thing left to do that she could think of was just lock her door. This kind of denotes despair. That doesn't make any sense in this point of time, the way she's trying to communicate this. This is a very terrible sign. So that's as far as I got, guys. And I just realized that I think it was on me the whole time. That's frustrating. Yeah. So this is not at all what we would expect. We were expecting her to be helpful, to be informative, go through her experiential memory and detail the things that had happened. And so far we have gotten a lot of red flags, and hopefully I've communicated this correctly and accurately and helped you see that there are so many reasons here to be very suspicious of Dylan Mortensen. I'm going to continue on with this. Look out for my next video. I hope this helped you, and God bless y'all.
Okay, so that was the first one. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting, in my opinion. So let me move this and do this first, and then we're going to go into part two. Neither one of them are very long. And they make for great conversations too. There's the link. I'm going to pin it as soon as it rolls up here. There it is. Anybody that wants to join, there's that. Teresa, welcome, dear. YouTube. Oh, sorry about that, Harry Potter. YouTube is strange. Feather 805, welcome. Good to see you. Bingo, bango, bong. What's up, Moto?
Not too much, Dago. How are you today?
I am Dagorific.
Right on.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So what'd you think of that so far?
It's pretty interesting. It's really neat to see someone break it down all the way, like right through that interview.
Right,
So
right.
that was pretty interesting.
Well, and the way that he's approaching it, which is difficult for most everybody else, because he doesn't know much. Welcome, Joey. Good to see you, friend. He doesn't know much about the case. He talked to his wife about a few things, so on and so forth. She gave him a little insight, not much. And he's going into this. Well, he was. It's already affected him, obviously, and he's not even gotten that far into her interview. Thank you, Dog Mom, for all you guys that did subscribe. Thank you, because I want to support this guy. I think he's doing something great here. Or trying to. He's already questioning it. He's already got issues with it. Already saying there's big problems here. So, I think it's evident. It's obviously evident, and it justifies a lot of what we all said. Somebody else that's coming into this clean, fresh, coming directly into it, not knowing anything else per se, and he comes in and says, "We have problems here," right out of the gate. You know what I mean? So, very interesting. Welcome, Eddie. Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you okay.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good to see you, bud. Welcome, Senor. Good to see you too. So, any thoughts on this, Eddie, so far?
I like that he pointed out the downplaying. He used the word "say" as an example.
Yes.
There was a consistent theme of that by law enforcement as well.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. And see, he doesn't even know what we know. Right out of the gate, he has no idea the things that we know about this case, the background behind it with law enforcement, everything else. And he's already saying there's something wrong here. There's a problem there. You know what I mean? And so I hope he continues to do these. But this is the second part to this, too. Anything else, gentlemen, you want to add to either anything else with that first one? This one gets better. But if not, we can go forward and keep it going. Then we'll have it, like I said, we'll have a full breakdown of our thoughts and everything on this as well.
I'm just trying to think, like, is he starting to think that Dylan was, especially at the beginning, he was saying that it seems like Dylan was, I'm not saying that she was, but he's kind of alluding to the fact that she might have been checking in on everybody in the house and seeing if they actually were sleeping. That's kind of creepy.
It is very, thank you. I didn't know if anybody else got that either, but that's creepy as shit. And it makes me wonder, I think we've talked about that in the past. Was she doing that kind of thing? So on and so forth. My biggest thing from this that came to mind too was when she jumped, when he said she jumped up and locked her door, he said, why? I heard her say there's someone in the house, but not scream, not yell, not cry, none of that. Why did she jump up with haste and lock her door? And it made me go, did Kaylee try to get in her door? Did Kaylee try to open her door and she hurried up and locked it? That thought just like that gave me the chills, thinking like, holy shit, I never thought of that before, but what he said made that come to surface. Somebody else thought that too. So there's the link right there, guys. Thank you so much for doing that.
But it doesn't make sense at the same time. If she was up stalking and looking to see if everybody was asleep, why would she be so scared to lock her door? So, like,
I don't think she was. That's the problem. I don't think, and Dylan even says it in her interview. I don't know if it's going to be in this next second part here, but they asked her, and she said she wasn't scared. Remember that? No, I wasn't afraid. Well, why? If you weren't afraid, then what do you mean? Like, she contradicts herself through the whole thing. Some of this stuff, as he's going to get to, is going to be interesting as hell to see his reaction to it, because just the minimal things he saw already is like, wow. So
yeah, I'm surprised like Turvey wouldn't have broken it down at this level. Like,
well, I think it's because of what Turvey does is more along the lines of like breaking down like a crime scene to see if it was staged or not. He doesn't really get into the psychological aspect like this. You know what I mean?
but you think he would have to decipher the statement somewhat just to see
Sure.
in which direction he should be looking at the crime scene.
Oh, 100%. And it makes you wonder, do they have people working on the case that does this kind of thing? I would imagine they
Sure, they
should.
analyze the shit out of the statements, but
Yes. I mean, and I think the detectives should be like trained for this. You know what I mean? I think you should at least have to go through some of that kind of training for that.
it would be interesting to see what 1-1's take would be on it.
Right. And thank you guys. It looks like we got Travis from 40 to 118 subs so far. You guys are amazing. Thank you so very much. Keep it going, guys. Share the love, share the link out to other people. Let them know to head over there and check him out. Please and thank you. We need people like this in the community. Spoken Heart's Illness. Welcome. Come on. One of her friends said she was updating her personal website at 9:30 a.m. Yeah, well, she was doing a lot of things she shouldn't have been doing. So interesting. So this is part 2 of this so far, and I'm sure there's more of this coming, but these are enough for today for us to talk about. So we already know where he's at with this so far. We're gonna jump through this one and see what he ends up with here, and then we'll break this all down. Again, thank you all for joining us and subscribing to Travis and helping him to grow this awesome channel. I believe it's going to be something seriously, and I'm going to talk to him. You had a great idea too, Moto. I'm going to talk to him and see if he'll want to join us either on the verdict room or just here in general. I think it'd be better on the verdict room with all of us.
Yeah,
kind
you
of
might want
explain.
to maybe just a one-on-one with the guy to start with, because
Sure.
you
Yeah.
don't want to scare him away.
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right, here we go. Again, if you guys need me to stop, back up, whatever you want. I sped it up a little bit so it's not so slow. So
All right, so we are back for part 2 in analyzing Dylan's interview from November 13th, 2022. So we went over the first 4 minutes of this interview with part 1. Before we move on to part 2, I did just have a little bit of housekeeping. I wanted to share with y'all some interesting views of the very...
Welcome, Perfect Spoon from Turkey. Awesome to have you in the house. We appreciate you very much. Very much appreciate it. Oh, yeah, 100%, Johanna.
Interesting phrasing that she used, that the last video where we finished off. So I'm going to go ahead and focus in on that here. So we really pay attention to changes in tense. I pointed that out in the last video, but I thought it'd be kind of helpful to just look at it from a couple different views that I was looking at it when I was analyzing this. So here we have historical present view, and she's talking about everything she's hearing. Kaylee and Murphy are like dancing, Murphy's barking, and then she switches. She goes out of historical present into current, and referring to the past, currently. And she says, because you can hear like everything, and that's when she leaves, and she doesn't come back to historical present. So there's the past.
Thank you, Michelle, so much. Welcome to whoever that went to. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Many new meatballs jumping in today, and thank you guys so much for being so generous. God bless.
Color, and here's the historical present tense color. Excuse me. And then we have in this phrasing, here's her explaining why. Okay, so we got 4 different sensitivity indicators here, which tells us she is very, very much thinking about this. And then I also thought this was really interesting, is all the sound related words. I can hear Kaylee Murphy like dancing, her voice, he's barking. I hear her go upstairs. You can hear like everything. I heard her say she ran downstairs. So hopefully this will help a little bit, help y'all understand. She really wanted us to know that a lot of sound was happening here. Very sensitive to her. And then we have the pronoun view. So all of those in green are like I, my, someone. But I just kind of wanted to highlight Kaylee here. We have Kaylee, and then everything afterwards is her, she.
And we all already know that when that happens, she says her name and then it all goes to that. That is her distancing herself from the situation. That's my wife taught me that a long time ago. That we know from the psychological side to this, she's completely detaching herself at that point. That makes it unimportant to her. She's making it unimportant to herself. That way she doesn't feel the type of way that she's probably feeling about it. You know what I mean? So very interesting. Very interesting. It's not a program, Liz. It's you study it at some point and you learn how to listen to things and it teaches you um how to understand things. He's a statement analyst, which is what he did for a while. My wife said that like she loves this stuff. This is one of her biggest things when she took her psychology classes, that she loved this kind of stuff. So it really tells a lot about what's going on in certain situations. I think I should use these more often too, in my opinion. Just saying. So, does anyone believe Dylan has been I diagnosed? I don't know. Does she have it? I mean, it's very possible, Feather. Very possible. Yeah, Peter Hyatt did the same type thing. Very interesting too. No problem, Liz. I hope you're enjoying it. I do, because I definitely am too.
So that's kind of what I was talking about before. And then we have unnecessary information view. It would have been totally fine for her to say, at 4 a.m., I heard her say, there's someone here. And then I jumped up and locked my door. Right? I mean, I guess. But
the point he's trying to make is there's no stressors, like Eddie said. Like he really explains the there's no stressors in the words she's stating. Say. I heard her say. So there in turn it points out the reason why there's no reason to jump up and lock your door. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's no reason to be upset. There's proof right there. That's why I like this so much. It's absolute bullshit at that point. That tells you right there. So that's why I wondered. I jumped up to lock my door. You either know what's going on at that point or you're trying to keep them out of your room. So, interesting point.
All of this other stuff is very much unnecessary. So now, before we do part 2, one last thing is I did not mention this in the last one. I actually recorded part 1 and it took me almost 2 hours, and I redid it and I made some changes and I just kind of did it more ad lib instead of reading notes and stuff like that, and it just came out a lot better. But I did miss something here. So when people lose loved ones, friends, things like that, especially in statements, we see that we almost have an angelic view of the deceased. It is very difficult for us to speak any ill word about those who have passed. And so when in statements, when we see even subtle insults of those who have passed on, even subtle insults, the victims, we really want to pay attention to that. And so I want to go back to this right here. All of this commotion. Everyone was asleep. I can hear, I look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee Murphy like dancing. He's barking. I hear her go upstairs. this is concerning in that sense as well. Is she telegraphing? This is why it's so sensitive to her. This really angered her. This really pissed her off. This is something we're really going to consider. Okay. So I don't know that I made that clear last time, but we are going to consider that strongly here. So let's go ahead and go to the, let's see. Why won't this let me share? Oh, I need to go here. Sorry about that. I'm a newbie at this. Okay, we're starting right where we left off here.
So Kaylee and Murphy's her.
Murphy, so Kaylee and is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. They share the dog pretty much.
And Murphy's the dog?
Yeah.
Okay. What is Kaylee's last name?
Goncalves.
Oh boy, spell that for me.
Gonclaves.
And is she here today?
No.
Was she one of the ones that was hurt?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, where is Kaylee's room compared to yours?
Like right above mine. She's
What are you on the first, second?
second.
And she's on third?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that Kaylee and share Murphy?
Yeah. This.
And is Jeff
Yeah.
current?
Yeah. He's ex right now.
Okay. Any problems between you?
No. Okay. They're really good big friends still.
You still play with the dog and stuff like that?
Every now and then, yeah.
Okay. So, you hear Kaylee upstairs, she's dancing, playing with the dog, normal kind of thing, probably.
Yeah.
And then she says, there's someone here?
Yeah, when she goes, I can hear her go upstairs, and then I think she's in her room, and she says that someone's here, and I can tell she's scared, and she runs downstairs.
Okay. All right, so let me make sure that y'all can see this okay. I messed up on this last time. Okay, so we have we zoom in here just a little bit. So Kaylee and Murphy's her Murphy. So Kaylee and Redacted is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. They share the dog pretty much. So we have a little bit of break. She started to say Murphy and then explained. So Kaylee and I'm guessing, I'm blanking on his name right now, is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. These redactions are really frustrating. They share the dog pretty much. So Kaylee Murphy's her dog. Why not just say that? Why explain all this? They share the dog pretty much. This is unnecessary information. Why is she talking about that? Now, something that is important is she says Kaylee's name.
No, that was something that was stated. They just have gone far away from that, Brian. Welcome, by the way. In the new stuff, they've gone far away from that, unfortunately. So, good point. Aaron 3 cents. Welcome all the new faces and names. Wonderful to see you guys here today. Appreciate you very much.
But the investigator had said Kaylee's name. So I made a strong point about how Dylan was not saying Kaylee's name. Well, right after, the investigator mentions her name, and then so this can be parroted. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And by the way, if you ever want to put comments, I'm open to feedback. I'm open to critique and all those things, questions. I would love to hear them. So, but I remember having critiques or questions and stuff as I was learning statement analysis. So anyway, is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. They share the dog pretty much. I don't know, that's unnecessary. Why not they share the dog? Again, so Kaylee and Murphy's her dog. For some reason, she felt like she really needed to explain this, okay? And Murphy's the dog. This investigator was having a little hard time tracking here, and I don't blame him. Okay, what is Kaylee's last name, gun clause? Oh boy, spell that for me. And is she here today? Dylan says no. If she's been told that Kaylee has passed away, okay, fine. Based on listening to the 911 call, based on, watching this, I don't exactly know, according to Dylan, when she knew that Kaylee was dead. So that's something that's in the back of my mind here. I want to know when she found out. Was she one of the ones that was hurt? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why this is important. The investigator's asking this. Investigator, okay, where is Kaylee's room compared to yours? Like right above mine. Okay. Like right above mine. So she caveats a little bit and then says right above mine. Why not above mine? There's some unnecessary words here. And then she was going to say more, and she's interrupted by the investigator. Bad form, really bad form. If you're an investigator out there, law enforcement, someone who interviews people, interrupting people is, especially in cases where someone has passed away, someone's murdered. It's just so frustrating when that happens. I'm pro law enforcement in general, but we're going to be talking a little bit more today about this particular investigator. Do not know him. I haven't done research on him or anything like that. But boy, oh boy, there were some things that were a bit frustrating. Are you on first, second, and she's on third? Yeah. Okay, and you said to Kaylee and redacted Chair Murphy, yeah. And this redacted, yeah. Current, there's not much here. There's a bunch of redactions. Okay, any problems with Kaylee? I'm guessing the ex-boyfriend. No, it would have been fine. She explains they're really good, like friends still. Still, that is what we like to kind of see. When parents lose a child, it might take, especially the mother, years to speak about that child in the past tense. She says, still, they're really good, like friends still. We pay attention to how people in statements refer to those who passed away, whether they're talking in the present or the past. We generally like to see them talk about them in the present, especially so quickly after they just passed. There's not a lot of processing that has happened. Okay, there is a strong fight against processing that they're gone. I personally lost very close people to me, and I understand how that is. To say words that admit that they're gone are hard to do. So we'd like to see that. There is some unnecessary words. They're good friends. That would have been fine. They're really good. So we have another caveat. Friends still. Yeah. Then we have redacted, still play with the dog and stuff like that. Every now and then, yeah. She could have just said yes. Every now and then. So, not sure what that's about. Okay, so you hear Kaylee upstairs. She's dancing, playing with the dog. Normal kind of thing, probably. This is especially frustrating. Investigators, detectives, law enforcement, again, should not be giving them words. This is an assuming question. There is just really no reason to ask questions like that. Yeah, and I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, especially if y'all watch a lot of cases. Yeah, I don't want to bag on them too bad, but that's really bad. So you hear Kaylee upstairs. She's like dancing, playing with the dog. What happened? And then what happened? She says, yeah. And then she says, and then the investigator says, and then she says, there's someone here. Yeah, that's good. That's fine. And then just question mark. And it's interesting, he parrots what she says, because she merely said that Kaylee, she heard her say, there's someone here. Not scream, not yell. We talked about that in part 1. Dylan says, and then she says, there's someone here? Yeah. She goes on. When she goes, I can hear her go. When she goes, I can hear her go upstairs. This is kind of a broken fragment here. Okay. I can hear her go upstairs, and then, which is a passage of time, I think, so we have another broken sentence here. This is signifying heightened stress here. Okay. Her brain is racing. When she goes, I can hear her go upstairs, and then I think, right? So she caveats. She's, now if you notice, she, right? She. She's not saying Kaylee's name, okay? Well, the investigator didn't offer that. When she goes, I can hear her go upstairs, and then I think she's in her room, and she says that someone's here. That's not a direct quote. And again, she uses says. Okay, so again, we're not going to say it for her if she won't say it. We're not going to go beyond what she's saying. This is light. This is low weight, low intensity. She says that someone's here, and I can tell she's scared. And she runs downstairs. I can tell. I can tell is unnecessary. We trust you, Dylan. You were there. You were one of the only, if not the only eyewitness to any of this stuff. You don't need to give us that you don't need to be defensive, that you can tell. You don't need to focus on that. We believe you. So it is sensitive to her. She needs to be believed. Okay. Why does she need to believe? Why does she need to be believed. Persuasion has a need to persuade. I can tell she's scared. And she runs downstairs. So again, we have inconsistent language here. She says that someone's here, and I can tell she's scared. Oh my goodness. Watch your volume. I didn't have my mic over by me. I'm sorry. Now I do. Might have to turn it down. And she runs downstairs. Okay, so this is all present tense, historical present. She goes, I can hear her go. Then I think she's in her room. And she says that someone's here. And I can tell she's scared and she runs downstairs. So the sense is good here. But there's some hitches and there is some persuasion here. Okay, not a good sign.
Bingo. Right there, Parma.
Where do you think she ran? Oh, I don't know how that happened. Let me fix that.
Any thoughts, feelings? Hey, Sarah, good to see you, dear guys. Make sure you're following Sarah on Twitter to get the full package. She has this wrapped up, everything within this case wrapped up with a nice big bow on it, and does amazing. You can find anything you need there. Go check her out. What's up, Moto?
Not too much.
Oh, I thought you said, I thought you put your hand up like you had something. I'm sorry. Just ignore me. All right, on we go.
Where do you think this is so important? I don't know if she made it past the stairs. So when I first came upon that that phrase right there, that scared me a bit. I don't know. First of all, where do you think she ran? Great question. Where do you think she ran? Not where'd you hear her? Where do you think? I don't know. I don't know if she made it past the stairs.
So what she's saying right there, you guys, this is awesome. What she's saying right there, she tells on herself all the time. Jules pointed out that she told on herself in one of Jules's videos, basically stating that she went into Xana's room. Okay, 100%. You can hear it. I don't know if she made it past the stairs. So what that says to me is that you believe she was attacked right there by your door, or on the stairs or something. So 100%. There's your answer. And that's why I like being able to break these down, because there's a lot of things when we're listening to interviews we just don't catch because we're not thinking at that direction. But like he said, that is scary.
It's a pretty compelling case that she was attacked right in the living room, right in that central area.
Oh, and you know what, too, Moto? It takes me back to what your theory that she could have got caught right there at the bottom of those stairs. Dylan's door gets opened up, or is open at that point, and down she goes, and that would make the whole, trigger warning, the face on the edging strip makes some more sense too. So there's that too.
Yeah,
we're gonna get into this a little bit deeper today after we get through him, but not too scared, but almost scared, right, Jess? Right. So it does bring some other things to the table. So, all right, on we go.
That is cryptic words right there.
Bingo.
He says, okay. Then she continues. Or if she's in, I wasn't sure here. By the way, I transcribed this from YouTube. I used YouTube's transcription. And then I went through, in part 2, I spent 3 hours just cleaning up the transcript, listening to it on YouTube. Sometimes I had to turn it down to 25% speed, crank it all the way up, just to do the best I could to make sure that every word on here is as accurate as I can possibly put it. And if I'm not sure, I'm going to do things like this. So if I'm not sure about the word that she's saying, I'm not going to act like I'm analyzing that. I want to analyze what she actually says. Not what I think she says, but I will let you know what I think. But I'm just saying I will separate the two between what I know and what I think. So she continues on, or if it was in the living room. This is also, what does she mean by it? That is a concerning it. Where do you think she ran? Or if it was in the living room. What was in?
It was in the living room, like I said. Or it was in the living room. It meaning what happened, the attack, part of the attack, the first attack. It could be any of those things. The confrontation, it again. Very interesting.
The living room. These are concerning responses here. Sometimes this is called leakage. I believe this is some sort of leakage here. I think her brain is saying things that she does not want her brain to say. I don't know if she made it past the stairs.
I love it.
It was in the living room. We're going to be paying attention to that. We're going to remember this right here. I don't know where, when law enforcement first came to the house, I don't know exactly where Kaylee and Maddie and Xana and Ethan, where they were found. I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about the physical evidence, about where blood was, things like that.
Just real quick. So what I've been slowly kind of figuring out about Dylan, she mumbles halfway through the sentence and then she lets the rest slide. And she's been doing this since the beginning. If you listen to all of her statements, it's like a story halfway through, and then it's something completely out of context. But that's
absolutely.
It's kind of like she starts off with the lie, her mind's thinking something up, but she can't contain it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's almost like once she starts, like when she opens that valve and lets what she's got controlled coming out, she loses control and it just starts to flow.
It's like the stalking story. There was a guy following us. We were in the car. We were almost home, and then all of a sudden, the door was open.
Right.
Oh, we ran in. We blah blah blah. Right.
Yeah, it all comes out at that point. Very good point. Very good point. So she, like I said, she's her own worst nightmare. You know what I mean? She's her own enemy, and she's gonna be she's been her own downfall through the whole thing. So there it is again. I agree with that, Shane, too. Go ahead.
How did anybody look past it? You know what I mean? Like, how could Bill Thompson sit there? Like, I understand, I get it.
I think
we're theorizing that he didn't want to see the narrative, but she made it so goddamn obvious that there was something else going on.
Well, I'll be honest with you. At that point, I think because, especially with Bill Thompson, because I think he created the narrative, sir. That's my opinion. Okay. He created the story.
I agree with that, but how did like the 18 other people that were talking to her not
right? Well, again, there were people, in my opinion, within this that were on board. Okay, as Eddie would have said, they're on board. Also, there's people that just went to work every day and punched the time card, didn't ask questions, just did what they were told. And again, we all know that Thompson was a number one. Nothing happened unless it went through him first. Nothing. Again, seeing him go in that house at 5:00 that afternoon with Ashley, to me, was the director's on scene. This is what's going to happen. You do this, you do that, you say this, you say that, and then they left. That's how I look at it now. You know what I mean? I hate to say it, like Eddie's been saying for days and months and years now, it's all theater. Well, here it is. This is, first cut, things like that kind of shit.
It's like those victimology statements. I mean, it was really easy for them to go through and redact everything because they asked all the questions in the same order. They knew where they were all going to be on the tape. So
yes.
we way overpaid for those redactions.
Oh my god, dude, way, way, way overpaid. It's ridiculous. Every bit of it. Absolute extortion, 100% for garbage. So, yeah, I do believe this. Like, if anything, he's definitely not a good prosecutor. He might be a good screenwriter. Maybe he should look into doing that. Just saying. Um, Bill Thompson is in the wrong line of work. Um, I agree, sausage. I do. They can say that it's legal and it happens and this and that. They never should have been in there before the corner, in my opinion. I'm sorry. That's just me. So I'm grateful to see how quick he's catching these things too. That's the thing. He's catching things that I would never have caught either. You know, even one word makes that much of a difference. The word it. That'll tell you everything right there. It. What the hell is it? It would be the attack, the action, the first. You know what I'm saying? So absolutely. Okay, Joey. Have a good night, my friend.
And the dude is, it's not like the dude was coming from our side, you know what? Like sometimes,
Not
you
at
know,
all.
we have tunnel vision ourselves. It was nice to see an outsider come in,
That's it.
process the information, take it step by step, and then start to create a story in his head in a way that you can,
Yeah.
we can now see the truth unbiasedly.
And one more. Yeah, one more. That's why I said I wanted to do it this way because there's no bias. There's no she's lying, she's this, she's that. He's getting this all firsthand, first time, first feelings. So, 100%. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Um, on we go. Moving forward, Jesse.
I've heard things. My wife has talked about them. I've watched a little bit here and there, but I have not sat and paid attention to that. I wouldn't be surprised though if this connects with physical evidence. Okay, and then the subject says, she's thinking, and then the investigator interrupts her. Really shouldn't have done that. And he says, but you heard her on the stairs. I don't know why he was asking that question.
This is what he doesn't know about this case. He wasn't asking the question, he was giving her the question. He was giving her the answer. Which we saw in how many of these interviews they were leading the person they were interviewing. But you saw her on the stairs, right? You know what I mean? It's obvious there. And that's why he's confused with it. Like, wait a minute, what? He shouldn't have done that. We all said that. Every time we've said that. So there's another point proven right there.
It kind of seems like to me, and I don't know, but it kind of seems like to me the investigator was starting to kind of doubt the information that she was giving him. And unfortunately, I don't think he knew how to handle it. I really wish law enforcement detectives studied more about statement analysis and they'd be much more careful about
amen to that,
about their questions and interrupting. Who knows what she was going to say here right at this point, but it kind of highlights the sensitivity. I mean, where do you think she ran? Very honest, where do you think she ran? And even after her completion of her thought, it sounds like she was thinking and she was going to say more. So we missed it, but it is what it is. I don't like how we started with but here. But it's an argumentative word. It is counter to what was said before. You know, there's no reason to begin questions like that.
So not only is he analyzing the witness, he's analyzing the law enforcement as well, which I think is very helpful with this, you guys. Very helpful.
And Dylan has her own uses of this word as well. We're going to look at that. Okay. All right. Let's go back to it. In fact, I think I got a little ahead of myself here. So we will go back and we'll listen on.
Where do you think she ran?
I don't know if she ran past the stairs or if it was in the living room.
Okay. But you heard her on the stairs.
Yeah, I heard her running like super fast down the stairs.
Yeah.
And then I didn't open the door. I just called her name, and then I called Xana, Kaylee, and Logan on my phone.
Oh boy, here it comes. This should be interesting.
Hopefully you could see the video. I probably messed that up. but you get it anyway. Right? Okay. But you heard her on the stairs. Yeah, I heard her running like super fast down the stairs. More sounds, kind of reiterates going down the stairs. And now she's running like super fast down the stairs. So we now have kind of a new little piece of information about this supposed Kaylee going downstairs. Again, her. Okay, so far, unless the investigator said Kaylee, she's not said Kaylee's name. Okay, and I'm going to try to continue this with y'all, and we're going to pay attention to that and track it. It's a very bad sign, guys. Okay, very bad sign. Her is distant. Okay, Kaylee, my sweet Kaylee, my friend. How she talks about these people is so important for us to understand. It gives us the insight. It's like opening up a door into her brain about how she really truly feels about each one and about people. So we have to pay attention to it. I heard her running like super fast down the stairs. Okay. This is really important. Okay. And hopefully I'm going to be able to kind of blow some minds here because it blew my mind. And then, which indicates passage of time, I didn't open the door. So anytime in a statement, the subject says something they didn't do or didn't think, we pay double, 2 times as more attention to that. Again, anytime we see door, windows, stuff like that, we kind of file that in the back of our head and consider SA. With this specific situation, I guess it makes a little bit more sense because of the subject's testimony about her focus on what she's hearing and rather than what she's seeing, at least up to this point. So the door was blocking her from a whole other level of observation, which you got to just wonder about that period. It's asking a lot for logical minds to comprehend. So a passage of time, I didn't open the door. I just, remember we talked about just, this is comparison. If my wife's like, who ate all the avocados? And I'm like, well, there were 4 and I just had 1, right? Just makes sense. 4 and 1. Those are the 2 different things I'm thinking about. And I didn't have 4. I just had 1. The subject is saying, I just called her name. So nothing else. I didn't also open the door and look at her, right? I didn't open the door. I just called her name. Again, what name can she?
Meaning she did as little as she possibly could. That's absolute right there. I did nothing else but call her name. And she probably didn't even do that. It was probably along the lines of Haley, because she knew she wasn't going to do anything to help. So the point that, first off, this is all lies, okay? But I truly believe this is all lies because any other person, Moto, okay, if you're in the house with me and Eddie and you know that we're out there somewhere, okay? And you hear Eddie start screaming and yelling, fuck you, Dago, I'm going to kill you, blah, 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 or something like that. I'm just saying. You're going to open your door and say, if you hear one of us come running, you're going to open the door and go, what the hell's going on? You're not going to lock your door and hide in your room if you live in that house. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to ask you how much cash he has in his wallet.
You're right. There you go. So that's what I'm saying. 12.7 sub. Hey, that's awesome. Thank you guys so very much. Tracy Barnhill, welcome. Appreciate you guys so very much. We're growing every day. That's awesome. Thank you, SRB. So there again. Any chance Maddie and Kaylee got separated when they were attacked? Sure. Absolutely there is. In fact, I think they did because of the way some of the things look. So.
She say? Kaylee's. And they're called Xana. So she could say Xana's name. Okay. Now she says Kaylee's. And Mogan on my phone. Okay. I called Kaylee Mogan on my phone. So she's specifying I called those three on my phone, which has a record, and could be very likely why she now can say Kaylee's name.
They never registered though.
Because she did call them on the phone. We have a record of that.
Not really.
We're gonna get back to this here. I didn't open the door. There's a lot of sensitivity here. Okay, passage of time, what she didn't do, what she only did. I only called her name. Why are you telling us that you just called her name? Okay, and this is something that I'm sitting here going through the statement, and it feels like she's talking to an investigator who is just trying to understand what has happened to her 4 roommates. And we find ourselves listening, observing a roommate who is so focused on closing doors and locking them and hearing all this commotion. And that's about it. She doesn't want to talk about the party. She doesn't want to talk about what happened before they went to bed. She wants to talk about 4 a.m. and how she heard running and heard Kaylee say, someone's here. And Kaylee's running really super fast down the stairs. And what'd she say? I locked the door because there was nothing else I could do. Something like that. And then we have, okay, getting back to this, sorry. I just called her name and I called Xana, Kaylee, and Mogan on my phone. And then, so we have another passage of time and the investigator interrupts again. He really wanted to know those names. And yet we were going to hear what she did. Very frustrating here. Very, very frustrating. Investigator, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, man, but you got to do better than this. So Dylan says, Xana, Maddie, Moog, sorry. We call Moog Mogan. Call Moog Mogan is Maddie and Kaylee. So something that really stood out here is this right here. Sorry. Those with guilty knowledge, we often see somewhere in their statement, they will say sorry. Their brain is processing something that our brains were not meant to process. I do not believe we were created to kill. And we were meant to do good things. And when we do bad things, we have guilt. Sorry is on the statement. She's not saying sorry because she did something bad to them, but it is there, and we're going to note it. And yeah, we can't not see it, right? It is there. So it would have been so much easier just to say, I mean, she says Maddie. That was fine. Then she started saying Moog. And then she says, sorry, we call Moog Mogan is Maddie. She already talked about Maddie Mogan. And Kaylee. Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. Kaylee's last. Okay, we're going to continue on.
Okay, so what's Xana's last name is?
Kernodle. Kernoodle, I believe.
Okay, and what about Maddie?
Mogan, Mogen.
And Kaylee
Goncalves.
Goncalves, that's the same one. Okay.
Yeah.
Were these 3 friends?
Yeah, we're all roommates.
Okay. Who was sharing the room with Kaylee?
Kaylee and Mogan are both upstairs. They don't share rooms.
Yeah, their own rooms.
Yeah, we all have our own rooms.
Okay. So these 2 are up on the 3rd.
Yeah.
Where's Xana?
It's my floor.
Your floor.
She's closest to the bathroom on my floor.
Bathroom. Okay. So Jen and Katie aren't an issue.
No, they're not at all.
What about for Xana or Maddie? Is there any guys that are an issue? Any girls that are an issue?
No, Maddie has a boyfriend in Boise, super nice.
Okay.
Xana is dating Ethan, who was in the room with her. They're really nice too.
Okay. I apologize. I don't know anybody's name or anything like that. So was Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee all upstairs still? Are those the ones that got hurt?
Those are the ones that got hurt.
Okay.
And then the other girl that's here, she's on the first floor.
Okay. And was she the one in the yellow hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay. She's over there. So anybody that would want to hurt Ethan or that's jealous of Ethan?
No.
Nothing like that.
I've never heard anything.
Any cars that were in the area that you can think of that wouldn't have been wrong?
No, I wasn't really looking at that.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody come downstairs. Did you hear anything else?
No, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors, and we've never had problems before. Like, it was just really random.
Okay.
All right. Let's get back to it here. Okay, I apologize. I got it mixed up. I thought they had already
Just this one from what I know so far, Rochelle.
gone over their names, so strike that from the record. I had mentioned that he'd already gone over the names. So, yeah. Okay, so you know what Xana's last name is, Kernoodle. What about Maddie and Kaylee? This is really interesting to me. Were these three friends? Yeah. We're all roommates. Roommates.
I caught that before he even said it. Were these three friends? Yeah, we were all roommates. She went all the way around the word friend. She didn't answer his question. She said we're all roommates. She didn't say, yeah, we were all friends. So, very good point. Catherine caught it too. Good catch. Good catch. Before he even says it, I know where he's going.
This is an opportunity to really share how important they are. The investigators asking, are they friends? How close are they? And Dylan says, we're all roommates. Yeah, it would have been fine. Yes. To me, logically, this is a diminishing. We're all roommates. She just lost four of these young college students who had their whole lives in front of them are gone. And they live in the same house as her. And we're all roommates. Not a good sign to me. Not a good sign. Where has she showed closeness, love? It's not here. In statement analysis, and I mentioned this, what subjects are not saying is just as important as what they are saying, maybe even more so than what they are saying. Okay, who was sharing the room with Kaylee? Kaylee and Mogan are both upstairs. They don't share rooms. So this guy's really struggling here. They don't have their own rooms. Yeah, we all have our own rooms. Okay, so these two are up on the third. Yeah. Where's Xana? That's my floor. So that when I first saw this, I kind of went, whoa, that's my floor. There's ownership here. Where's Xana? That's my floor. Your floor? He's confused. Where's Xana? Second floor. She's up on the second with me. No, that's my floor. She's closest to the bathroom on my floor. I'm not exactly sure why she's explaining it this way. I mean, when I first saw this, I'm thinking, okay, is she trying to be helpful to help him understand where exactly is her bedroom? Or is this leakage that she felt like, I wish I would have had the room as closest to the bathroom. I don't know. But we also have my floor. The bathroom. Okay. So redacted and Kaylee aren't an issue. Not a great question.
Did you have a point? You leaned forward, and then my son started talking to me at the same time. I'm sorry. Were you going to say something, Moto? Okay.
No.
I was just going to say the same thing, itty bitty. This guy, there's no way his wife could ever get anything past him. No way. He's good. He's very good. What's up? Candy girl. Good to see you, dear. This is a statement analyst. Wow. Analyst. He's breaking down Dylan Mortenson's interview and pointing out basically things we've already known, but he's kind of justifying it for us. He's coming in with he doesn't know anything really about the case, and he's looking at her as she's innocent, so on and so forth. So it gives us a really different insight into this. So his name is Travis, and the channel is called SRB. Keeps popping it in here. It's right there. She just did it again. Travis T Logic. Thank you, SRB. So that's who we're dealing with today. Candy, and it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us, man. It is very, very interesting the way he's breaking this down. And it is, like I said, it's just justifying things we've already thought.
They're not at all. No would have been fine. Okay, so Blank and Kaylee aren't an issue? No.
You guys. Oh my God, you guys. I just looked over in the chat and I was about to say, like, what in the actual hell? Leah said something, was talking to Moonlit and said, yes, children are to be, I thought it said neutered. The first thing I thought of when I looked at that was neutered. I was going to say, Leah, what are you talking about? Nurtured. And you are correct, Leah. You're correct. Little laugh there. Oh, 100% Candy. Anytime, dear.
Truth is solid.
Welcome, Miss Shannon. Another new name and face.
No needed some reinforcement.
Wonderful to have you here. Appreciate you very much. I hope you enjoy your time here. Oh, did you pull out the window there, Mikey? Everybody? Yeah, you did. Okay. Welcome back. Again, welcome again to all the new people. Corn Dead, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, I literally thought that said neutered. I'm like, what is she talking about over here? Nurtured was the actual word.
Jago, something real quick here. So
yeah.
You ever notice Dylan's always it's my this, my that, I this, I that, right?
She's a narcissist.
The only thing she never takes, it's never hers, it's her fault.
Oh, right. Typical.
She never takes ownership. She'll take ownership of everything else, but she takes no ownership of the people she supposedly is best friends with.
Exactly. Huge point. No accountability whatsoever. None. Very good stuff. Welcome, Joanne. Good to see you, dear. Swampside, welcome back. Great to see you guys. Yeah. Neutered children might be a problem. I agree. Sorry, you guys. That's what I saw. It's crazy. Anyway, good stuff. But good point, Moto. Very good catch. Very good point. Typical narcissist. Welcome back, Eddie.
I feel like we're playing musical chairs.
I get it. Good stuff.
I realized I couldn't hear Moto.
Yeah. Every time somebody goes in or out of it, it happens to you guys. It's crazy. We're going to look at some other things that she's done, too, after hearing this. And the things that he points out, I think is kind of important. So.
Now, this could be, let me say, this, I'm not, when I highlight this, when I talk about this, it's not always deceptive reinforcement. It could be, what did Peter Hyde, he would say when someone would be asked about, hey, how's your marriage? And they go, oh, it's really great. The really is not necessary, right?
He even refers to Hyatt.
It's a sensitivity indication. Again, sensitivities can be normal. They don't necessarily mean that they're for nefarious reasons. That's why it's incumbent upon the analyst to really sift through that and figure out which sensitivities make sense in the greater context, which align and which don't, and which clearly indicate one or the other. So now if, and just to push it further, our marriage is so incredibly wonderfully awesome. I mean, there's a certain point where it's like, okay, whoa, you are really laying on thick. Now it might be, again, sensitive because, man, the couple has gone through some serious rocky times, and maybe recently they just patched it all up and things are going really well. So that's why it's sensitive. It's like, oh, we are doing really great. That's where that comes from. Or it's really bad. and they're just really trying to lay it on thick there. So hopefully that makes sense. Investigator, what about for Xana or Maddie? Are there any guys that are an issue? Any girls that are an issue? No. Not, well, maybe this, maybe that. Just no. And
that's my point with that too. How do you know? You don't even know her that well, but you're just straight up no? Not, I don't know. I couldn't answer that question. I don't really know her that well. Just no. That's always bothered me. Hey, Kane B, what's up, buddy bear? Good to see you.
Oh, not just no. Maddie has a boyfriend in Boise. Super nice. Now, has, again, present tense. That's a good indication. Doesn't say the name, though. The boyfriend. Super nice. Could have just said no. But I don't know, just considering the fact that Dylan lost 4 of these roommates, would you be so sure? Where is her confidence coming from? That's concerning. So what about Xana or Maddie? She started with Maddie, then she goes to Xana. Xana is dating Ethan, who was in the room with her. Who was. So now we have past tense. Xana is dating Ethan. Good. We like that. We don't want to see too quick a processing the deaths of people that are close to them. Although all she can say is they were her roommates. So I don't know how close they are with her. Who was in the room with her. This makes me really want to know more about what she actually knows. How does she know that Ethan and Xana was in the room with her? This could be, I mean, if you're going to say, oh, I didn't see nothing, I had the door closed. I mean, I just, didn't think nothing of it, I went to bed. Okay. How do you know this? That's something really to think about.
It is.
They're really nice too.
Super nice.
Okay. Really nice. Now, something that's interesting. Super nice. Nice to you. What about Xana or Maddie? Are there any guys that are an issue? Any girls that are an issue? Super nice. They're really nice too. Don't want to interpret this, but the way that she's describing this is kind of interesting. Super nice to who? Maddie has a boyfriend in Boise. Super nice. Interesting. Super nice to you, Dylan? I don't know. Kind of weird. Not necessarily what we'd expect. Okay, I apologize. I don't know anyone's name or anything like that. Well, she just went over all the names. It's fine. So was Ethan, Xan, and Maddie, and Kaylee, let me fix that. I'm all upstairs still. Are those the ones that got hurt? Those are the ones that got hurt. So she just parroted this. Okay. And then redacted, the other girl that's here, she's on the first floor. Okay. And was she the one in the yellow hoodie? Yeah. Okay, she's over there. So anyone that would want to hurt Ethan or that's jealous of Ethan, no. Nothing like that. So he kind of questions it. It's almost as if the investigator's confused why she is so sure. And his confusion is understandable. It's my confusion. It's anyone who sits and just thinks about what Dylan is trying to say, what she is saying. Ethan's a guy, a college kid. We all have people we beef with. No, she says. No caveats, nothing more to add. So he digs. Nothing like that? No, I've never heard anything. I've never heard anything. So I'll talk about reliable denials. I don't know that this would fall under that category, whether it be unreliable denial or reliable denial. I'm not super skilled in that, but I don't know if this is a direct answer here. Okay. I've never heard anything. Well, he didn't ask, have you heard anything? Okay. She specified she's never heard anything. Anything. But a reliable denial is, I did not blank. So if someone's accused of harming someone, of, let's say, killing someone, and someone says, I would never do that. That's not a reliable denial. I would never do that. Well, that could just mean right now, I would never do that. I feel like I would never do that. That's not the same as I did not kill blank, whoever it was. That right there is a very reliable denial. It's simple. It is denial, did not blank, whatever claim it was. And the subject, I did not kill blank, Jake. I did not kill Jake. That's a very reliable denial. Anything other than that, something like didn't do it. Well, that's a dropped pronoun. I didn't do it. They dropped I and just said didn't do it. Who didn't do it? And who didn't do what? You might be thinking of back in high school when you stole your fellow student's pencil. Didn't do it. Well, what are you talking about? And who? Who didn't do it? I've never heard anything. Investigator, any cars that were in the area that you can think of that wouldn't have been wrong? Something like that, he said. No, I wasn't really looking at that. It's an interesting response. I wasn't really looking at that. What were you looking at? She's been telling us a lot about what she's hearing because, she didn't see nothing, basically. We're getting essentially a defense from her. I wasn't really looking at that. Okay. And you didn't see
Welcome,
anybody
Bubbly.
downstairs. Did you hear anything else? No.
No, we just started calling SRB Bubbles. The other mods did. You're the original one and only Bubbly. We know that for a fact. She's just Bubbles. SRB's Bubbles. Good to see you, Bubbly. Thanks for being here, hon. Appreciate you. It is micro. It's very good, too.
No, would have been fine if that's the case. And then she goes on. I don't even know how they got in. Okay.
Thanks, Jamie.
This is extremely concerning response. And you didn't see anybody come downstairs. Did you hear anything else? Did you hear anything else? No. I don't even know how they got in. Who's they? They, we trust pronouns. They, where was they before? There was no they. And now there's a they. Okay. Why? Well, let's just go to the simplest Occam's razor answer here first.
They are the ones that made it happen. Since we're gonna go back to it. What's up, Jesse? Good to have you here today, bud. Thank you for joining us.
Good to be here. This is interesting, this guy.
It is very good. I'm really enjoying this. Absolutely. I think this is going to give us a lot of insight. And kind of like I said, it kind of justifies a lot of what we've been thinking and talking about. throughout. So
I was going to say we don't exactly need an expert psychologist to tell us that Dylan was lying, but it's interesting to hear him break it down, and I'd love to hear him analyze some other actors in the story, like Turvey, Whitcomb, some of these guys. You know what I mean? Tell us if he thinks they're being honest.
Anybody, any of the other interviews too with Bethany or any of the other witnesses or any of them. To be honest with you, I would, and he may do it. This might just be the start of it. So yes,
because I think we all assumed everything that came out of Dylan's mouth was a lie ever since we heard that 911, or ever since we read the PCA, and then solidified it when we heard the 911 call.
Yeah,
but there is some other players, some other interviews with people adjacent, Hunter and Emily.
Yeah, all of those I would love to hear him break down for sure. Yeah, because he's on point with this. He caught on to these things real quick too, having no actual knowledge of these people, and of her specifically. He's breaking it down. This is good. So
I do have one question though. He made reference to Joker type injuries to Kaylee, and I know that that's been talked about a lot, but I didn't know that that was actually like verifiable information that's in documents.
I don't know that it is. I don't know that it is. I think it's something he said he got from his wife. So she probably got it from out here and then just kind of passed it on to him. So I don't think, other than Steve saying it,
than anything else.
Yeah. Thus far it is. I'm going to guess. So thank you,
Jesse.
Leah.
Jesse, I have a question.
Yes.
Would you agree that most of what Dylan said was a lie? Not all.
No, that sounds logical to me. I mean, obviously, when you're trying to lie, you're going to try and insert some truth in it. That's the way. I mean, if you don't even try to insert some truth into it, you're going to be pretty obvious. But yeah, I would say most, not all. But I would say that about anybody, I think.
Because like right now, he's focusing on the word they. They got in. I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the lie.
That's her telling on herself again.
Yes.
That's what I think he's pointing out too, because he keeps saying, "Who's they?" There was no they. Now there's a they. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Earlier, you pointed out that I think Jules broke down her telling on herself about Xana's room.
Yeah.
She said she was almost too scared to go in Xana's room.
Almost,
well,
but what does that tell you?
Too scared, that means you actually went
did.
in the room then?
Yeah, and that's how I took it, and that's why I said, I told you guys months and months ago that when she makes the claim that she was running by the hallway that leads to Xana's bedroom, 30 feet downward, that she saw Xana on the floor. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And like Eddie said, most of what she has said is a lie. The only way you know what Xana looks like, the only way you know where Xana's at, is because you went into the fucking bedroom and saw her. That's my opinion. But I feel very strongly about that. You did not see her, because she even makes a claim, I think, at one point, she saw her face. No, you didn't. You did not see her face from the direction you said you did, especially considering we're told that the door is, I think, most of the way shut, or at least halfway shut. We'll call it that way. You didn't see her face. You didn't see her, in my opinion, either, except unless you went in the room, which is what I believe you did.
The most significant thing she said was, she starts off the 911 call. "Hello, there's something happening in our house and I don't know what." And then 2 minutes later, "Could I just tell you what happened pretty much?"
Well, two different people, but yes, absolutely. Bethany starts the call that way.
Like that motto?
And then Bethany walks away and goes, she was going to leave. I think she was waiting for Jenna to pick her up. She was going to leave and leave them to deal with the rest of it. But that's exactly how it starts. You are correct. And it makes me wonder. Somebody just said it in chat. I was going to bring it up, but Catherine says it. She's probably been this way her entire life. Okay. So yeah, 100%. And bingo, Bubbly. Thank you. Not only that, but she said she saw Xana was laying on the floor, yet she claims Kaylee was in there with Ethan to the cop. Thank you. Complete, total. It's very hard to remember a lie. Remember that. Very hard, especially when you're in a sticky, traumatic situation that you have to think fast. You got everybody laugh. Mikey's losing it over here, Jesse.
I just really wish that they let her speak. I wanted what was going to come. What do you guys think was going to come out of her mouth when she said, "Can I tell you what happened?" Pretty much. That was going to be a gold mine, I think. Whatever she was.
Well,
going to say.
I think it was going to be the story. She wanted everybody had to hear that story. That's the narrative. She had to make sure it came out. That's why she was so dead set on telling it. That's why when Decor gets there, she runs up to him and tells the same damn story. And then some. Same thing.
I know, but I think that would have been a little bit more powerful in the transcript.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
In the recording, the fact that you've got a pre-recorded story ready to roll out. You've already said you don't know what happened, you don't know anything, and then all of a sudden you buckle and you're like, "Can I just tell you what happened?" And I mean, anything you say at that point, you've already said you don't know that, right? Anything you say should have been disclosed already. So the fact that you have any additional knowledge, whatever it was going to be, I think could only be incriminating.
I very much agreed, and I'm going to tell you something else. I think now too. I think that they took the phone from Bethany because I don't think they trusted her. Okay, because of the way she first answered the call, I think they took the phone from her to finish the call, and then off she goes to wait for Jenna. That's again just my opinion. But I think they took it from her and said, "Here, I'll handle it." Because Bethany was a complete disaster on the phone. Dylan gets on the phone, and she's perfectly fine. And in the background, you hear her yelling about different things, so on and so forth. It's insane. So
it's funny the way she fakes emotion. And then as soon as she has to concentrate, she's like a kid or a student during a test.
Yes.
Yes. In both the 911 call and the interviews, as soon as she has to use her brain to recall the story, all emotion's gone, and she just sounds like a kid that you just asked a math equation to, right? Like what's 6 + 6 - 3, and she's like, well, yeah, and you can hear her brain thinking, and the emotion's just all gone.
100%. She flips a switch on and off. It's insane. I've never seen it done that well before. The creature
makes it pretty obvious she's lying, mind you.
Oh my God!
I don't know how well done it is.
Absolutely, it's just literally like flipping a switch, and it's very good, very quick too, very quick. There was no real emotion there. That's the problem, none. And it like when they're over on the other, when they're standing over, in front of the house, you can hear the fake crying coming from across the street. You know it's forced. It's obvious that it's forced. So, and it's just her. All right, on we go.
Because there's all this time to think.
Bingo. See,
he wasn't even asking about this. Why is she talking about stuff that he's not even asking? Okay, one really simple way of telling, of just
overselling.
One simple way of measuring, and it's not the end all be all, but how cooperative is the subject with the investigator? Are they cooperative? On a scale 1 to 10, 10 being very cooperative, giving the information, focusing on the questions, doing their earnest best to just answer these questions. Scale and 1 being not cooperative, not answering the questions, confusing the investigator. I mean, seriously, I listened to so much of this on like 0.25, 0.5.
I agree, Beth, or Bubbly.
Speed. And she's going through stuff and saying things that are just so confusing. It had this investigator spinning. That's my belief. I don't know if that's true. That's not necessarily statement analysis. That's just my personal opinion. You look at his questions. You look how he starts interrupting. He was very confused. But she's answering something he didn't even ask. And this is called leakage. She is thinking about something completely else. This doesn't make any sense. I don't even know how they got in. That's not what we were asked. And now we have a they. I'm going to go over this more. And then she goes on, we're usually pretty good about locking doors. And we're usually pretty good about locking doors. So she continues on with thinking about, he's asking, did you see or hear? He's focusing in on her senses. What did you observe, subject? Tell me what you observed. That's what he's trying to say here. And she's talking about, and we're usually pretty good about locking doors. Her brain does not want to go where he is trying to go. We're usually pretty good about locking doors, and we've never had problems before. We've never had problems before. This is just completely unnecessary information. Anytime we see unnecessary information, we really got to think about that. We really got to pay close attention. Unnecessary information is some of the most important information for an analyst, for investigators. We've never had problems before. There's some convincing here. Never. Like it was just. She's thinking of two different things. Really random. She knows it was just really random. She knows that. She knows that there were no, even though so many murders, I can't remember the percentage, but they're by people that know the victims. Very common. Unfortunately, us humans, there's something wrong with us. But he's asking about what she saw and what she heard. And she wants to tell him, like, it was just really random. Very concerning. Very, very concerning. He goes back. He's trying to get the information. Okay, he's trying to get her locked back in. So you're getting home around 12:30 to 1. He is confused. He is going, I am missing something here. Clearly.
It's called a lie.
Good on him. Good on him. I've been beating him up pretty bad. You've got Maddie that comes home, or blank, just shortly after. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Am I going on ahead again? I'm going on ahead again. I'm sorry, guys. It's late. I got the kids down. I've had a long day, so bear with, I appreciate your grace. All right, let's get back to the recording. I can find it. There it is.
Welcome, Kelly. Great to have you in the house. Appreciate you joining us.
So you get home around 12:31.
Yeah.
You've got Maddie that comes home shortly after. Maddie comes home shortly after that, and then from that point, from about 2 to 4, did you fall asleep?
Yes, I fell asleep.
Okay.
And Katie also came with Maddie at the same time from the club.
So between that time, obviously, you're not hearing anything. You had something to drink, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you hear her. She says what she says. You hear her hitting the stairs. You open the door, cry out to her.
Yes.
And then you close the door because you're scared.
Yes.
Right? What happens at that point?
I opened the door again, and I heard what I thought was Katie crying in the bathroom, and I heard this man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," but it wasn't like in a nice way. Like it was just weird, and it was a voice I've never heard before.
Okay.
And then I called out to her, and there was no crying after that. I don't really know what happened after that.
So when you opened the door, you thought you heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom?
Yeah, okay. But it could have been Dana, but I thought it was Katie at the time.
Okay. I don't know if these questions are really helping because I'm just writing right over the top of them. And you said you can't recognize the voice.
No. And then I opened the door again, and the guy is right there. And he's maybe my height, a few inches taller, not like skinny, athletic built. He has all black. He's wearing some masks that covers just his forehead, and here it goes like around. He was white. He saw me, and I saw him, and he just left. And he was holding. It looked like it was this, and this was black. And I didn't think that it was a gun, but now I'm thinking that it probably was. But I was just in and out of it. So I was so tired.
You say this.
Like it was cylinder like this, and then it went straight out and then in. So I don't.
Almost like a arrow, or?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
It was weird. I couldn't really. I called it.
Stop.
I don't really know what it was.
Okay.
That is the stupidest question, isn't it? Is it not?
Yeah. Yes.
Like
Yes.
an arrow? What the fuck did she say that sounded like an arrow?
Thank you.
She didn't say. She didn't say. He's trying to steer her away from saying gun. I honestly believe.
I fully agree with that.
And
Yes.
I'm gonna derail you a bit, Dago. I'm very sorry, but I know Eddie's been dying to ask me, and I've got the answer. Do you want to hear the truth, Eddie?
No, we shouldn't do this today.
You can't handle the truth. No, well,
Yeah, we can
I think
rewind it.
I think this is why they tore down the house. I mean, I think there's all this talk of we hear on one body cam a guy's looking for shell casings. We hear flashes and bangs, and
Right.
we've heard rumors of Kaylee got shot at a party last night. There's a lot of not concrete information, but there's a lot of indicators that there's a firearm involved in this. She's telling the cop, I wasn't sure if it was a gun, but now I'm thinking it was. And he goes, "Oh, like an arrow?" I mean, she didn't say anything that sounded like an arrow.
He's
she does
leading
not
her.
describe an arrow. Yeah, she does not. And he's leading her away from what she's trying to tell him.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. The whole thing is a joke. Absolutely a joke.
Sorry
that's
about
good. I know you're good. That's something. Bubbly did make a point. I had heard this too. A few weeks before the crime, people were finding arrows on their yards and in the trees. So if somebody's got a crossbow, which they do, they make them small, they make them large. They have little handheld ones. They're like pistols as well. So yeah, 100%. It very well could be. It very well could be.
I still don't think she said anything that would indicate
arrow. No, she didn't at all. That was the dumbest thing he could have said back to her. It makes no sense whatsoever, other than the fact that I agree with you fully. He's trying to turn her channel. Go over here, not there. Go over there.
I mean, she just said she thinks it was a gun, and he's totally not interested in that. Just like, no, couldn't have been a gun. Must have been an arrow.
Like an arrow, right? Yeah. Like that has nothing to do with a gun.
No. We're not looking for guns here. Move on.
This is an experienced police officer doing this. This is so ridiculous, you guys. So ridiculous. But no, good catch, Jesse. Very good catch.
But Dago, let me interject. He's not making a mistake.
Well, you know what I'm saying. He's going along with what he's supposed to be doing. 100%.
Yes. Yeah, he has
absolutely
an agenda. In a case where they have weaponized the media and the judiciary against Bryan Kohberger, what we are witnessing right now is
the script.
How they weaponize the investigation as well. So, of the two in that interview room, who is the one deceiving us?
It's law enforcement over everything. That's where it starts at least.
Yes, it appears as though it's Dylan because the characters each of them are playing, but in reality, it's the detective. Dylan is just simply staying on script. They want her to say what she's saying for their purpose.
Just like in any normal household, okay? You have parents and you have kids. That in this situation, law enforcement are the parents. She's the child. And the parents are the ones that are responsible for the situation. They are running this entire thing, making sure that this is the way it goes. Which points right back to what Jesse was saying. They're trying to deter her from talking about the gun. For whatever reason, if that's what it is, I fully agree with that. So, just saying.
Well, whether there's a gun or not.
Right. That's what he's trying to do.
Whether there's a gun or not, he needs to get to the bottom of that.
Keep going.
And if she starts talking about one, he's got to know why she's talking about one. And he, instead of finding that out, he's fucking running from it like a scared something or other.
Jesse, to answer your question that you typed in chat, this is take 2.
You mean like literally or jokingly? I mean, I'm joking that I think that they might have had to stop the interview, press rewind on the recorder, and say, "Don't say that. We got to start over again and scrap it." No, you can't say that. Like it's a rehearsal, like it's Hollywood, right? Like it's all rehearsed. The officer knows.
Certainly could have happened that way, and we would never know about it. Or what I thought you meant, take 1 was the, quote, interview that is captured on Nunez's body cam at the time of, the first responders arriving at the house.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I wanted to.
When Nunez tells her, you're going to have to tell the story several times.
DM's mouth is a lie. I wanted to, pause you there and ask you, would you concede that most of it is a lie? Because if we discredit her too much, then, and everything, in other words, out of her mouth is a lie, then we fail to see the key components that are the truth. So, the trick is how do you sort through it and sort them out as to the truths and the lies.
Would it help if I conceded that the cops are willing participants in the lie and perhaps the puppet masters themselves? Because the way that they're soaking in the information, it sounds like she's telling them the story that they want to hear. And when she drifted off into Gunn, that was not the story he wanted to hear. So he got her right off of that.
Yeah. And you'll notice that the further time goes by, in other words, her interviews throughout time, then the further from the truth you're going to see. And the more she's been manipulated to say, the most truth is going to be in that Nunez body cam. In other words.
I said, I said this, was it yesterday or day before, maybe the day before that. In a case like this, the most of the truth that you're going to get is in the first 24 to 48 hours. Beyond that, it's all garbage, in my opinion, because you've had time to twist and re-narrate and just, change the whole thing up. But like in the very beginning, that's why I always go back to that when they said that there was a party that got shot up or an overdose or this or that. And that's not something I can let go of because it was said very early on. Same with many other things. So you have to think about some of that stuff and keep it in the back of your mind. Congrats and welcome to the sauce with us, Palmer. Appreciate you very much. So, again, like Eddie said, we've all been saying this. The further away from the very first interview that you get, the least amount of truth you're going to have in that. Truly and honestly. That's a very good point to remember that too. And that's with anybody, not just with Dylan. It's anybody that they talk to.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Not to be repetitive, but you are not seeing anything authentic in this interview. It's just fake. It's scripted. It's not genuine.
I agree 100%. Every single interview with everybody, at least all the students, it all appears to be scripted and pre-rehearsed.
Yes. Korn's got a good point too. Open-ended questions would be more constructive. Very good point. I agree with that. And again, you hear her. I think Nunez tells her in the body cam interview, the very, very first one, you're going to have to repeat this time and time again. Make sure that you remember this, so on and so forth. So he's telling her right out of the gate, this is going to be talked about many, many times. Make sure you get it straight, basically. He didn't say that, but that's how I take it. I'm sorry. Once again, you guys, I always push the fact that I want everybody to make their own thoughts, opinions, and construct their own feelings about this. Don't take what I say. Do it on your own after what you see and hear. So, again, very interesting. I'm glad that we found this because this is great. And again, it's not anything new to us. We know. But to see it from his point of view, not knowing anything, and him come right out of the gate with this is wrong, that's wrong, and that's wrong, and point these things out, even pointed some things out that I didn't even catch right away, is very interesting to me. So, positive perspective. Welcome. Good to see you. Lisa Incanoli, welcome. It's good to see you. It's been a minute. So, on we go. And again, we're going to have a really good conversation after this, guys. Don't forget that, too.
Maddie comes home shortly after that, and then from that point, from about 2 to 4, did you fall asleep?
Yes, I fell asleep.
Okay.
And Katie also came in with Maddie at the same time from the club.
So between that time, obviously, you're not hearing anything. You had something to drink, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you hear her. She says what she says. You hear her hitting the stairs. You open the door, cry out to her.
Yes.
And then you close the door because you're scared.
Yes.
Right? What happens at that point?
I opened the door again, and I heard what I thought was Katie crying in the bathroom, and I heard this man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like in a nice way. Like it was just weird, and it was a voice I've never heard before.
Okay.
And then I called out to her, and there was no crying after that. I don't really know what happened after that.
So when you opened the door, you thought you heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom?
Yeah, it could have been Dana, but I thought it was Katie at the time.
Okay. I don't know if these questions really help. It's right over the top of it. And you said you can't recognize the voice?
No. And then I opened the door again, and the bag is right there. And he's maybe my height, a few inches taller, not like skinny, athletic built. He has all black. He's wearing some masks that covers just his forehead, and here it goes like around. He was white. He saw me and I saw him, and he just left. And he was holding. It looked like it was this, and this is black. And I didn't think that it was a gun, but now I'm thinking that it probably was. But I was just in and out of it because I was so tired.
You say this.
Like it was cylinder like this, and then it went straight out and in. So I don't.
Maybe. Was like an arrow or?
Yeah, kind of. Okay. It was weird. I couldn't really. I called it like a mini vacuum. I don't really know what it was.
Okay. You say you're not your height. How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 foot.
So he's gonna be average height.
Yeah.
A lot there, and that's an understatement. All right, let's get back to this. Getting the hang of this here. How we looking? Looking good. Okay. I'm trying to remember where we left. Okay. Yeah. Maddie comes home shortly after that. So he's trying to lock her back into like time. He's going back 12:30 to 1. And he comes home shortly after that. And then from that point, from about 2 to 4, did you fall asleep? Terrible question. The clock happened. So, and then from that point, what happened? Okay. She took the parrot. Yes. I felt.
That's the problem. Is there's another loaded question there, a leading question. Did you fall asleep? That's not how you're supposed to question these people. What did you do? What happened next? Not did you fall asleep? You're giving her an answer. It's ridiculous.
So I think I figured out why she said vacuum, because it always blew my mind how anybody could think that a killer has a vacuum, right? The whole vacuum thing never fit. But
right.
now I get it. I think what happened was she said gun, and the cop basically he just made it very clear, hey, you're going off script, right? Like
yeah.
She says gun, he says, you mean arrow? And then she realizes, oh fuck, I wasn't supposed to say gun. And I think she panics and just blurts out vacuum just to go away from gun, right? Like it was like the first thing that popped into her mind was vacuum.
Right.
I think that's what happened. I honestly think that's what happened.
It makes sense. It would make perfect sense because
why is Moto laughing? Is he laughing at me or is he laughing at his kids?
I think he's just laughing in general. He said in the bag, he said she blatantly lied. She said she fell asleep from 2 to 4, but yet in another statement said that she was up with Kaylee and Maddie, and she was on the phone with Gower, which is true. Very true.
And the fact that you're saying that she's going, well, it's not you, Jesse, but the first thing that would pop into her head was a vacuum. Was she using a vacuum to clean something up?
That's probably right. At that point in time, referring back to that moment in her mind, she remembers cleaning up shit with a vacuum, maybe. Good point. That's a good point. I never thought of it like that. But yeah, that all makes perfect sense, Jesse. It does. Absolutely, it does. Good call. Moving forward.
Did you fall asleep? Yes. Would have been fine. But she had to add that in there. I fell asleep. You talking to the investigator or are you talking to this person here? Okay. And Kaylee, then she adds. So he asked, did you fall asleep? She says, yes. He says, okay. He's trying here. And she just, on her own, says, and Kaylee also came home with Maddie. It's an interesting way of explaining it. Katie also came home with Maddie at the same time from the club. Why does she want to talk about this again? Why is Kaylee and Maddie at the same time coming home from the club so important? Did Kaylee come home with Maddie at the same time from the club? It makes me wonder. No, I like that she says her name. That's good. So between that time, obviously you're not hearing anything. Horrible question. Obviously you're not hearing anything. Why ask that?
That's not a question.
But he's
No, that's a statement. It's a demand almost. Obviously, you're not hearing anything. That's more than a leading statement. Okay. Like, okay. If you were asking that correctly, so between that time, did you hear anything else? Not, obviously, you're not hearing anything.
Well, the rest of this is just ridiculous. This is brutal.
This is like the worst possible questioning I've ever seen in my life from a police officer to bet. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, you just start reading a little bit ahead, and it's like, why did this guy waste his time questioning her when he's just going to get her to say this?
Because he has to have it on record. He's not questioning her. He's reading a script to her. Because the next statement he makes is, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right? What the fuck? That's not any form of a question that I've ever seen done in anything like this before, ever in my life. You just told her what to say, what she's supposed to be saying. He's giving the answers, not asking the question. It's insane.
It's getting more and more obvious that the whole thing is scripted. Like, I know we've said that, and I know we've sort of believed that, but I think we believed it to a degree. But now it seems like it's not far off that this might be the third or fourth take after they've gone back and had to go back to the drawing board because she was getting it wrong. He really seems to be forceful. Like, it's not Dylan. I think Eddie, you're spot on. It's not Dylan that's lying. It's the cop that's fucking forcing her to get the goddamn story straight, young lady.
The entire next paragraph, folks. Obvious. So between that time, obviously you're not hearing anything, right? And then he says, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right? The next thing down at the bottom says, and then you close the door because you're scared, right? What?
You know what's more telling is when you read her, so you just read his statements, you look at hers. Yeah. Well, she didn't say anything. He just dictated that entire sequence.
That's exactly what I was waiting for her to say. Thanks for reminding me. I forgot. That's what we need to see here.
You know what? Bethany's statement wasn't the exculpatory evidence. This was the exculpatory evidence.
You're right. It's insane. I can't wait to see what he says about this. This is a joke. And you sound like you went into a tunnel, Moto. I don't know if you changed something, but it sounds very hard. You're real muffled. Right. Exactly, senor. She makes absolutely zero compound statements. Very good point.
He seems to not believe this. I mean, I'm not here to analyze the investigator, but
you're doing a good job of it.
He's going back on this again. He's starting earlier. We had talked about how he didn't size up anything she had been saying, but now we're seeing more and more. The investigator is starting to kind of push back on some of the things she's saying. It's almost as if psychologically he's feeling like he needs to dig in. He needs to push back a little bit and squeeze a little bit of juice out of this lemon that just won't give anything.
Well, she can't give anything if you tell the story for her.
So obviously you're going to sleep a little bit better.
Exactly, Jess. Self-help this. Welcome back. Good to see you. I watch you a lot. I'm the gal branching out from the hive. I know DA said you guys called it the den the other night. Is there a special name in here? The cafe. DM's hair is in Ethan hands. A lot of people are thinking that. So we call it the sauce when you come in here, and all the members are meatballs. But you can call it whatever you want, whatever makes you comfortable. I'm just grateful to have you here and appreciate you jumping on over from Birdies. Appreciate that very much, as always. Great to have you here. I hope you're enjoying the show. And we usually call it the sauce, and then you become a meatball. You jump in the sauce. We don't spill tea here. We spill sauce. just kind of a dorky thing we came up with, but we like it. So, but thank you for being here with us. We do appreciate you. No, 100%, Jesse, with what you said. I fully agree with that too. Welcome, Rui.
A little deeper, right? I mean, I don't know why he's doing this. Okay. And then you hear her and she says what she says. So he's going back. He's going right back. Okay. You hear her hitting the stairs. You open the door, cry out to her. I think he asked this question because this was new. The first time that she said, she went over this whole point. She didn't say anything about crying out to her. She said, I closed the door because there was nothing else to do. And now she has added that she opened the door and cried out to her. She says, yes. And then you close the door because you're scared. Yes. Right? What happens at that point? Help me out again here. I open the door again. Open, historical present. And I heard, now we're not in historical present. We're now in talking about the past. Present past, I guess you would say. And I heard what I thought. So we have a broken fragment here.
Good call. Lovely.
He's going back and this is tense for her. This broken. This signifies heightened intensity. I keep saying intensity. I don't even know if that's the word. Intensity. I heard what I thought was Kaylee crying in the bathroom. And I heard this man's. Okay, so we're going to talk about this a little bit. We're going to talk about this versus that. Hey, hand me that thing. No, not this thing, that thing. This denotes closeness, distance. Think distance. This is closer, that is farther away. I heard this man's voice, not a man's voice. This man. It's a very interesting word there. I heard this man's voice say, this is unnecessary word, unnecessary here. I heard a man's voice. It's okay. I'm going to help you. I heard what sounded like a man say, it's okay. I'm going to help you. I heard a man say, that's what I was trying to think of. I'm like, wait, where is the unnecessary word? It's voice. That's what it is. It's okay. I'm going to help you. But denotes it is, what's the word? I guess arguing or, oh my goodness, what's the word? I'm blanking. But it wasn't like in a nice way. What does that mean? You hear a man's voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. That sounds good. But it wasn't like in a nice way. How did she know that? It wasn't like in a nice way. Like it was just weird. And it was a voice I've never heard before. So I open the door again, historical present. Okay, cool. We're going into a memory. Then we go right back out of it and go into the past. Oh, we're back. We're back in time. And now we're back with the investigator. She couldn't do it. Very, very bad sign. Tell us what you saw. Tell us what you heard. Your brain knows. So this signifies extreme sensitivity. And then she skips on it. She's a broken fragment here. I heard what I thought was Gately crying. Thought. You can hear like everything. You don't know if it's Gately now. And I mean, and really, we hadn't heard this before. The only reason we're hearing any of this is because the investigator is going back and he's going, okay, tell me more. Tell me more here. And she is. And she can't go back. She has to go right back with the investigator and quite possibly just starts to tell us a story. It went from they to now, man. Okay, I'm going to help you, but it wasn't like in a nice way. Like it was just weird. And it was a voice I've never heard before. Okay. And then, passage of time, I called out to her. And there was, this is very, very tense. No crying after that. That's a very cryptic sentence here. Very cryptic. I don't really know what happened after that. I don't really know. Are you sure, Dylan? This is a very concerning sentence here. These two sentences. We'll focus on when subjects talk about what they don't know, didn't hear, didn't see, didn't do, didn't think. And we're going to soon find that this is just not true at all. Okay. There was no crying after that. This is heartbreaking. So when you open the door, you thought you heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom. It's almost like he just can't even. He's like, what? Yeah, but it could have been Xana. But I thought it was Kaylee at the time. Did she attack? I mean, I just read this and I just go, did you attack Xana thinking it was Kaylee? At the time you thought it was Kaylee, you began attacking Xana? Okay. I don't know if these questions are really helping. Well, you're getting a lot of information, bud, because I'm writing over the top of it. Oh, this poor investigator. He didn't know what to do. He really needs to work at this. She laughed. I don't know about you, but
that's not a place to laugh.
I lived with all got murdered. And we don't know who did it. I'm not laughing. I won't put much weight on that, but I'm just saying. You said you don't recognize the voice, and here we go. No. And then we have more information. Now she's going. And then, passage of time, I open the door, historical presence. Again. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. We're so microscopic. I mean, it feels like I'm looking at a microscope on what I pulled out a microscope to watch a football game. I mean, I'm looking at grass under a microscope to watch the football game. I mean, this is crazy. We're just talking about like open the door, close the door, open the door, close the door. I'm hearing things, and now I'm hearing crying. I mean, there's a reason that the normal person, as they listen to this, they're just going, "What is going on?" There's a reason. It's because this isn't making sense. Well, why would she be saying things that don't make sense? Because she's guilty. Innocent people don't do this. They don't do this. Period. End story. They don't. And then I open the door again. That's a huge problem. Huge problem. Like, I don't know if you've been paying attention. That is a enormous problem here. And the guy, not the murderer, not the a-hole, not the sick bastard. The guy is right there. Right there. Right where? Right here. Right there. And he's maybe my height. Boy, I bet you're probably thinking the same thing I was thinking when I saw those words. Maybe my height. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's your height. I think he's a she, though. My height, a few inches taller, not like skinny, athletic build. Does she consider herself athletic build? He has all black. What does that mean?
Did you catch what he just said? I think he's a she, though. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, Johanna says that she's confessing. She does this a lot throughout her interviews. She tells on herself so many times, so many different ways. Right, you caught it too, Sandra. Right. That was interesting. Let me play that back for you real quick.
This. They don't do this. Period. End story. They don't. And then I open the door again. That's a huge problem. Huge problem. Like, I don't know if you've been paying attention. That is a enormous problem here. And the guy, not the murderer, not the a-hole, not the sick bastard. The guy is right there. Right there, right where? Right here, right there. And he's maybe my height. Boy, I bet you're probably thinking the same thing I was thinking when I saw those words. Maybe my height. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's your height. I think he's a she, though. My height, a few inches taller, not like skinny.
There was, if you didn't hear that.
Athletic build. Does she consider herself athletic build?
So what he's leaning into right now, you guys, if you didn't catch this, is self-projection. Okay? Like, she's projecting to him, to the investigator, basically herself in another form to try to play it off. Okay? So, just in case you didn't catch that.
He has all black. What does that mean? He has all black. What does he has all black? Think about that. If someone came to you and said, hey, I saw a guy, he has all black. What does that mean? That's what she said. Now, this is all historical present. And then I open the door. The guy is right there. And he's maybe my height, a few inches taller. Not like skinny, athletic build. These are actually not even complete sentences here. Not like skinny, but he is athletic build. Anyway, historical present. He has all black. He's wearing some masks. What's really interesting about statement analysis you'll pick up on is that those who are being deceptive, their brain, they're just saying things that are almost incomprehensible sometimes. And
her whole interview,
and we pick it up and we note them. She's not making sense. He's wearing some masks. She says masks, plural, that covers just his forehead and here. So just his forehead and here. Only his forehead and here. And it goes like around. He was white. Okay, he was. So now we go into past tense. So this was all historical present. Okay. And then she goes into past tense. And then goes into past tense. She needs to think. He saw me and I saw him. So now we're in past tense still. Well, unnecessary information. He saw me. If someone sees you, if you know someone saw you, you were looking at them. He saw me and I saw him. And he just left. End of story. Nope, we're going to keep going on. And he was holding, it looked like it was this and this. She's using her hands. This was black. And I didn't, says it twice. I didn't think that it was a gun. I didn't think it was a gun. Anytime we see this again, what they didn't think, what they didn't say. I didn't think it was a gun, but now I'm thinking. Yes, you are thinking. You are thinking. I can see that you're thinking. But now I'm thinking that it probably was a gun. It's no longer a gun. But I was only, right, in and out of it because I was so tired. Anytime we see a Y, it's very sensitive. So I don't know about y'all, but if a man in black was holding an item, he speaks to my roommate in a, what does she say? It was weird. Where is it?
Not in a nice way.
Did I skip it?
Right.
He said, I'm going to help you, but not in a nice way.
It wasn't like in a nice way. Like it was just weird.
Right.
And has all black with masks. And man, I was just so tired. This is deception. He wants to know about the murder weapon. And this is really scary. What's coming up here? I don't mean to be cryptic or over the top here, but when you say this, like it was cylinder, like this, and then it went straight out and then in. She was so tired, but man, she could explain what it was. So I don't. He interrupted her. Ugh. I'm making that red. Interrupted again. Like
we're not supposed to talk about the gun.
Yeah, kind of. It was weird. Okay. I couldn't really. Broken segment. I call it. I'm making that red. I call it like a mini vacuum. A potential murder weapon. She calls it something. This is hours after she called 911. At first, she said she heard Kaylee run downstairs. She shut the door because she couldn't think of anything else to do. And now we have so much more details because the investigator pressed her.
Pressed her.
No sense. Like as if someone is just thinking of things to say.
He doesn't see the other side of it yet.
Because
I'm still waiting.
Detection. It's so hard for the brain to make things up. This is why it takes people to write books, write stories, write music. It takes time. It takes a lot of time and thought. And in the moment when you're talking to an investigator and you're ad-libbing and you're saying things that are not true, you're making up historical stories, you're going to mess up. She messed up all over the place.
Lies.
I call my son Big C. Okay. I call is a present tense, something that there's some history there. It sounds like to me, she calls whatever it was a mini vacuum. I call it. She was so tired, she barely remembers, but yet she calls it something. Like as if we call our cars names, right? I have a Ford Excursion. I call it Thor. It's my truck. And then I don't really know what it was. I don't really know. Anytime we see what they don't know, what they don't say, etc. Okay. Now you say about your height. How tall he's going? I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 foot. He didn't even ask her. Anyway, let's keep going.
Bing, 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 bing.
Starting to catch on now.
Height, yeah. Any of the girls at all in the house get any kind of freak weirdness going on the last couple of weeks that they talked about? Now we're going to talk about this a little bit later because this also is a foreshadowing of something. She says no. Remember this. She says no here. Okay. It's been all normal. Nothing weird at all. Remember, we got that again. Nothing weird at all, sir. There's been no tension. There's been no problems. There's been nothing weird at all. And then she was going to talk more, and he interrupted her. It was almost like he was impatient. No weird calls, no texts. Give me something here. Why are you so sure? No, nothing really weird happens in Moscow. usually. What a weird sentence to say. He didn't ask if weird things happen in Moscow. This is unnecessary. She's not being cooperative.
He works there. He knows the difference.
No, nothing really weird happens in Moscow, usually. All right, let's continue on. Let's go back to Miss Dillon.
Any of the girls at all in the house get any kind of freak weirdness going on the last couple of weeks that they talked about?
It's been all normal, nothing weird at all.
What police officer makes the statement freak weirdness ever in an interview, ever? That's always bothered me. I just want to throw that out there.
Nobody calls, no texts?
No, I mean, nothing really weird happens in Moscow usually.
Right?
I apologize. I went too far ahead, but I was close.
Okay, so then I apologize. I keep backing up just a little bit, just because everyone's going to be jumbled up with you, and I totally get that.
Yeah.
So you hear her dancing.
Mm-hmm.
You hear her say somebody's here. She goes, it sounds like she goes to the stairs. You open the door, call to her, close the door, and then you go to open the door because you hear her crying.
Yeah.
Or at least somebody, might not have been her. And then did you close the door and then reopen it before you saw him?
Yeah, I closed it before I reopened it and saw him.
From the time that you heard her say there's somebody here to the time that you saw him, how much time do you think?
I don't know, I think it was like around 10, 20 minutes. I mean, there's
Not
nothing
long.
out of it. Everything was kind of blurry. Like, I don't fully remember it, I would say.
Okay, so let's get back to our transcript. I left talking about nothing weird happens in Moscow. Let me make sure you guys see this.
I believe she was a sophomore, Tomboy.
StreamYard did me dirty last time. Okay. Right, okay, so, and I apologize to keep backing up just a bit because everything's going to be jumbled up with you, and I totally get that. That's funny. Yeah. So you hear her dancing. Mm-hmm.
100% SRB is on point with that one. She always uses "I was out of it" when she needs to not recall something, or "I was too drunk." Either I was out of it or I was too drunk. Every time.
You hear her say somebody's here. She goes, it sounds like he's having a hard time understanding what's happening. Again, it sounds like she goes to the stairs. You open the door, call to her, close the door, and then you go to open the door because you and hear her crying. Yeah, or at least somebody. Yeah, might not have been her. Yeah, dude, you're tracking. And then did you close the door and then reopen it before you saw him? What are we talking about here? I mean, gosh, just really think about this. What are we talking about? Yeah, I closed it before I reopened it and saw him. We have 4 murdered people, and we're talking to him like this. Okay. From the time that you heard her say there's somebody here to the time that you saw him, like how much time do you think? I don't know. Do you think? He didn't ask, do you know? Think for me. How much time? Think before you speak. For your friends, well, for your roommates. I don't know. I think it was like around 10 to 20 minutes. So 10 to 20 minutes from the time you heard her say there's somebody here to the time you saw him. 10 to 20 minutes. I mean, here we go. Caveats, big caveats. I mean, I was really out of it. Now she was really out of it. Now she was really out of it. Now that's coming out. So she was tired? No, really out of it. Change of language here. We have some, this is intense. Things are tense for her. He's getting to sensitive places. Excuse me. Everything was kind of blurry. Now everything was kind of blurry. You saw the weapon, you call it a mini vacuum, and you saw that he wore masks. I mean, now it's all kind of blurry. Almost like, what am I saying? What is going on? I'm gonna go back to I'm just gonna revert to things are blurry. Like, I don't fully remember it. I would say, you would say, very, very sensitive, important, concerning language. I would say. Again, right from the beginning, we talked about this. Sigma Chi party, drinking. Such a perfect time to just go, officer, I had a lot to drink. I'm going to try to remember as much as I possibly can. I'm going to give it my best shot. But now, after all this information, everything was kind of blurry. This was hours ago. This was right before your roommates got murdered. You saw a man in black, and now you don't fully remember it. Like, this is not 3 years ago. It's not 10 years ago. I mean, I have a bad memory. This was the most awful day in someone. I mean, you just.
Guys, make sure we drop Bubbly's link in here to her channel, please. And thank you for anybody that hasn't subscribed to Bubbly. You definitely might want to do that and check her out, please, and thank you.
Think about it, if you were in this situation, this is life-changing event. Just a couple hours later, she doesn't fully remember it. It's all kind of blurry. I would say very concerning language. Very concerning. Okay, we've been at this for quite a while. Hopefully my audio is working. Again, I'm sorry I didn't have the microphone up. I'm an amateur here, guys, but I'm giving it my best shot. So I want to show you guys something, and we'll be done with part 2. I hope this is encouraging for you. I hope this helps.
Thank you, Wester.
All right, let's look at this. Okay. Yeah, this tab right here. That's what I need right here. Okay. Dylan's account. The first time she said it, at 4 a.m., I look at my phone. I can hear Kaylee Murphy dancing because I can tell it's her voice, and it's on Murphy because he's barking. And then I hear her go upstairs because you can hear everything. And I heard her say, "There's someone here," and I thought she ran downstairs. And then I jumped up and locked my door because I didn't know what else to do. A little bit further down, yeah, when she goes, I can hear her go upstairs, and then I think she's in her room, and she says that someone's here, and I can tell she's scared, and she runs downstairs. A little bit further along in the statement, yeah, I heard her running super fast down the stairs. He says, okay. And then I didn't open the door. I just called her name, and I called Xana, Kaylee, and Mogan on my phone, and then interrupted her. A little bit further down the statement, no, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors, and we've never had problems before. It was just really random. I opened the door again.
I'm going to keep letting this run, guys. I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Did you forget what you said before? I didn't open the door. I just called. I opened the door again, and I heard what I thought was Kaylee crying in the bathroom, and I heard this man's voice. Voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." But it wasn't in a nice way. It was just weird. And it was a voice I've never heard before. And then I called, and then further down the statement, and then I called out to her, and there was no crying after that. I don't really know what happened after that. Further down the statement, no. And then I opened the door again, and the guy is right there. And he's maybe my height, a few inches taller, not skinny, athletic build. He has all black. He's wearing some masks. It covers just his forehead. No, wait. And here, and it goes around. He was white. He saw me, and I saw him, and he just left. Oh, wait, no. And he was holding it. Looked like it was this, and this was black. And I didn't think it was a gun. But now I'm thinking that it probably was. But I was just in and out of it because I was so tired. Well, we are going to keep going through this statement. Let's see. We have how much more in here? We're at 12 minutes and 30 seconds. So we're halfway. So this is probably going to be a 4-part series, I guess. So I appreciate you listening, watching. I hope this helps. If there's something I missed, something you have questions about, something that you want to push back on, I'm open to it. Hit me up with a comment, email me. Yeah, I would love to hear. So I'd love to hear from you. God bless you all, and we'll see you next time.
I definitely want to push back on some things.
Save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask, but he's not going to. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I mean, how do you start talking about a gun and then there's no more questions about a gun, you know, in a murder investigation?
You're preaching to the choir. We know this is a script.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just don't know how anybody could listen to that and think that cop isn't dirty. You know, like your witness is talking about a gun and you're practically running from it.
You kind of start wondering if this is what they released to us. What does the stuff that they haven't released to us look like?
Or the redactions. I mean, were they actually blurting? They were probably blurting out stuff like really, really incriminating stuff in the redactions. I mean, this is incriminating. This is extremely incriminating that she says she sees what she perceives to be a gun. She wasn't sure, but now she thinks it was. And then he's like, no, it was an arrow and we're not talking about it anymore. You know, he needs to clarify, was there or was there not a gun? But he doesn't seem to have any interest in finding out about that gun.
Yes, Jesse, I agree. He's a dirty cop. So then we have to ask the question, at what point did he decide to take it upon himself and do the investigation, do her statement this way? Was it 1 minute before he got her into the room, just spontaneously had that epiphany?
Well, he wouldn't even have her in the room unless he'd been told from upstairs. I mean, he's not the mastermind.
Exactly.
This goes way deeper than just him.
That's right.
He's just some putz following orders. And
that's right.
And there's half a dozen different putzes. Well, yeah.
That.
How many people do you think are standing outside that door listening to every single word?
So I got stuck for a minute.
That's why I don't think it has anything to do with Aryan Knights or, what's her name, Emma Bailey and Demetrius and stuff, because you're not going to get a whole police force covering shit up for Emma Bailey and Demetrius or a couple Aryan Knights drug dealers, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they would have needed a lot less coaching. They would have been a little bit more proficient in this matter.
I mean, whatever this cover up is about, it's about something. It's like a senator's son, maybe, you know, people say it couldn't be the frat boys, but I mean, if you got like a senator's son or like one of the more powerful people in the state of Idaho, yeah, you get a whole police force to bury that. If the person's powerful enough.
I think the school as an entity alone is powerful enough.
Well, yeah, it could be on Scott Green's orders. I certainly think he's got some role in this.
I don't think it's Scott Green's orders. I think if anything, it probably goes to the mayor, probably to your governor or to the governor. It's probably the governor. Because without this school, if this school got bad press, tuition went down, and it sunk a town, that's a pretty bad political nightmare.
Right.
But what type of situation would be necessary? Like if let's say it was a love triangle and it was kids fighting over sex and shit like that, killing each other. I mean, how worse is that than what they represented it to be?
Easy. It's because if you lose a school, you lose money.
No, I know, but why would they lose a school because one group of kids got in a fight with each other.
Because maybe because of what happened there, if the truth came out, it would be so blatantly clear that nobody is actually doing anything about any of these issues. No one would want to send their kids there.
That's where it's at as far as that part of it goes. That's my opinion on that too. We said that a long time ago. Like if the school looks bad, like I said before, people look up schools when they start college time comes around for their kids, and they start looking online. They start seeing, oh, this one had this many drug busts, this one had 4 murders at it, this one has this many rape cases going on, so on and so forth. You're not going there. You're not going to that school. We're going to look somewhere else, and that takes money out of the pockets of the entire town because the town lives by the. I'm sorry, Moscow exists because of the college. The college exists along with Moscow. Period. So. They both need each other to survive, in my opinion.
If one of Dylan's parents is really an attorney in Boise, okay, we got to lay this out. If one of the parents is an attorney in Boise, and it's one of these victims' parents, then you know what? That parent is probably going to be within that small little social ring with, Thompson. She's going to have direct communication to Hitler. She's going to have direct communication to all of those judges, all of these people in this legal system. That kid is going to be protected legally, like a castle with a moat. You're not going to be able to get in unless you use a cannonball or lots of cannonballs.
Sorry. Let's not forget that a lot of the parents to a lot of these kids are connected with a lot of these people are all alumni that went to school there together, that grew up there together, all of that. So they're going to protect each other in all aspects when it comes to that kind of thing, in my opinion. So,
do you guys remember when they were going to tear down the house and Steve G and the G family were up in arms? They were going to get Shannon Gray to stop it, and they were disgusted. And the defense didn't seem to want to fight it, which is another strike against the defense, in my opinion. And then at the last minute, Steve G just goes to like Puerto Rico or something on vacation and just says, fuck it. Like he acts like he's going to fight. Oh, we're going to fight it. And then the next thing we know, the house is getting demolished and Steve G's on a beach somewhere. And it's like, what the hell happened there?
Right. That's a good question. Great question, actually. Yes.
Here's another thing. So remember when Bethany she went to Arizona? They wanted to bring her back because they wanted to question her, but essentially
Vegas.
Yeah, she went to Vegas. Okay, wherever. They wanted to bring her back, but she wouldn't come back unless they signed a deal that said that she would be immune from any type of charge.
That statement, are you talking about her making the statement to her, don't worry, you're not in any trouble? That's protocol. We found out that wasn't anything specific. Now, they did give Dylan immunity, I think, so that she would talk to them. Either way, I know what you're talking about. Go for it. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just trying to make that.
It's all good. No, I appreciate it. It's all good. So apparently, when they tried to get Bethany to come back to Idaho to talk to the defense, they tried to make a deal with her attorneys that she couldn't be charged with any crimes.
Right.
So the weird thing is obviously nobody wanted to sign that agreement with Bethany. They signed it with Dylan because I bet you anything, if they signed it with Bethany, she probably would have came back and she probably would have talked to the defense if she knew that she was going to be protected, right?
That would make sense.
How come nobody on the Idaho side would have signed that agreement?
That's an interesting point and an interesting question. Very interesting. Great point. I'm going to think on that too. It says a lot about that. And that, speaking of Bethany, I would love to see him break down Bethany's conversation a lot. I hope he does, because I think it makes a lot more difference than what Dylan has did. for sure.
I sure hope he comes to the conclusion that the cop is bent.
I think he's starting to notice something's not right there at the end. There, he was like, "I don't even."
Just blows my mind that they're talking about a gun and it just gets blown off.
Dago, the way in that second video, the way that he at the end kind of puts it all together with how the evolution, the change of her statement, what he missed that I want to point out, if you don't mind if I take us back there for a moment.
Of course not.
So the way it was Detective Maury at the end who did the magic. That's where the magic happened, because as we know, in the affidavit of probable cause, DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor.
All right, Eddie, thank you. Hold on one second, Eddie. Bubbly, thank you for joining us, dear. Have a great rest of your night. I hope you feel better, and we'll see you soon, dear. Sorry, Eddie. Go ahead, bud.
So the one piece that he could have added at the very end to show how the change, the magic was made, is when the investigator said, so you hear her dancing. You hear her say, somebody's here. She goes, it sounds like she goes to the stairs. Gosh darn it, there's text on top of that. Okay, I got it. Sounds like she goes to the stairs, you open the door, call to her, close the door, and then you go to open the door and hear her crying. Okay. So if we had the layout of the house there and you follow with a pointer what he's saying, when he says she goes to the stairs, he just put Kaylee on the third floor.
Kaylee, you said, right?
Yeah, he puts her there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm pointing out, if that's the one part he missed, if he would have added that.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was just trying to get where you were headed with. That's okay. No problem. Keep going. No, I get what you're saying. You meaning that he
did it.
Okay, I got you now. So
Early in the interview, he showed the evolution of her statement about Kaylee goes upstairs, sees something, screams, runs downstairs at breakneck speed. She was consistent in that. And at the very end, he was the one that puts her upstairs and reaffirms with Dylan that, okay, so she's going towards the stairs. You hear her say something, and like we just discussed, he's changing it,
which is what they do through the whole thing and have done with everything. I mean, he does it in the entire interview too. So good point. But
so
good point,
Eddie, if I can ask you, if he didn't change her narrative, where do you think she's putting Kaylee? Where do you think the story brings Kaylee?
It's evident that Kaylee was not continuously up in the bedroom. She ended up there somehow, but the attack began on the second floor.
Right. So she wasn't up in the third floor the entire time. Right.
The attack happened.
Gotcha. So he himself is putting it out there that because the whole problem they tried to make this out to be that Kaylee and Maddie were both attacked, killed, and died in that bedroom on the third floor.
Right.
And it's obvious to most of us that that's not what happened based on Kaylee's blood in different places, all sorts of different things like that. Things that are said from Dylan, a lot of different things, and they're still going that direction with it. But that's truly not, and I don't understand that either. Why does the narrative have to be that they died up there?
Well, because how can DM be blissfully ignorant of the whole situation
There you
unless
go.
that's the case?
There you go. What's up, Kane?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good to see you, bud.
Got my headphones on. I'm gonna get my ear goggles. Yep.
No, that makes good sense, Eddie. Good sense.
I'm enjoying this. I thought it was Senor Wazinski for a while, and it's like he was trained by him. He's got the same inflection tone. But I really just wanted to come up here because I finally heard Jesse say something that I agreed with. That was a good take on the it's like she retracted the pew comment or whatever.
Oh, definitely.
Finally heard something that I agreed with. Yeah, sure. I don't buy that.
You can't just do everything with your guns there, Jesse. Right?
No, nobody in the chat's buying that, Kane. Nobody's buying what you're selling.
But also the I was listening to it, and I was trying to like pay a couple of bills and have you on the background, but you got right into my brain hole with this guy is walking her through this, and so I tuned back in at a point where the guy's like, right, and it's like he's
absolutely
reading the script to her of how it should go because she's so dumb that even though they're backing up on it, allegedly, she can't even keep up with the proper verbiage.
I don't think I've ever seen an interrogation session done that is so absolutely pathetically being led that bad in my life ever. I've never seen anybody led that bad in my life, and for nobody else to catch it like that, what the fuck? What?
It's not real world. It doesn't exist, bro. This police are trying to solve crimes. They usually try to either be your friend if you're a culprit, or they try to back you in a corner,
Or they just corner you and threaten you. Yeah, right.
Yeah, good cop, bad cop. I mean, they have all these techniques. The one that I think probably works the best.
This was a
joke. They'll give you food, and they'll be like, "Look, man, we know you're poor. You ripped off the thing. We get it, and it's not that big a deal of money. If you just plead, if you just tell us you did it, we'll probably let you go." You know, they'll go to that kind of thing, and there's none of that here. There's no game.
No, but there was no investigation here whatsoever, Kane. They did not do anything like anything we've ever seen. I pointed out, we were watching, I can't remember what the hell we were watching, but the Caden Young body cam where they go to the house, he passes away, so on and so forth. I said, this right here is what an actual investigation and real police work looks like. They interrogated that kid until he broke and gave some truth.
Intense.
Okay,
that was actually kind of stressful, to be honest.
Truly and honestly, that's the way it should be done. And they did nothing like this in any of the questioning whatsoever. It was just like, okay, are you sure? Here's what you're gonna say. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's not what I'm saying. So you're saying that you went back to sleep, probably, right? Obviously, yeah. Like, what the fuck? Who talks like that in an interrogation? It's ridiculous.
No, yeah.
It's insane.
That was by the dumpster where he dumped the girl he was stalking in the apartment building's body, and just the reporter alone going, "Oh, how did you feel about the thing happening in your building? Did you hear they found the girl?" And he's like, "Oh," and he just like runs away, totally gives himself up, ends up being the guy that did.
Yeah.
You remember that one?
Absolutely.
I think we were talking about last time, kind of left off on. And hi, Eddie and Motorman, how are you today?
Hey, Kane. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, Kane.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. What was it? I did it again, Digger. I knew it was coming. We left off on hoping that someone would blow a whistle or somehow, and I think we all kind of agreed that it's pointless because they'll just discredit it like they did with even Cyrene, or even worse, or they'll discredit the person one way or another, right? You almost have to ask yourself, at what point do we even give up. You know, somebody was saying something about a hearing coming up, though. Is that true? Did you guys hear me? What happened?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
can
didn't
hear
hear
you.
anything about a hearing.
Oh, somebody mentioned last night. I'm sorry.
Not with this
I-
case, at least. I have no idea.
And the other thing was I guess they did the walkthrough, the try to do it, cam from 1121 or 112, the ring camera footage of them reenacting. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
What did you think of that? And I'm not trying to distract from this. This is great.
No, nothing. It was different to see it that way, all nice and clear like that. As compared to what?
Bro, they should not have let that. I mean, because Lucy and I have just been up in over arms, and ever since they did the thing with the light, the lights, the headlights and the taillights. It literally covers the whole car. Then you have the same kind of car coming through, and it looks like Gower's car, normal illuminance, you know. So
It definitely makes a difference.
It's like they don't care or whatever.
Well, it's obvious that they're not supposed to. I get that too. Did you see any of the show from today, Kane, before you jumped in, or no?
Yeah, I've been here most of. Like I said, I took a break to pay a couple bills, but I was.
No, I got you.
I mean, it's like you listen to something, you watch it a million times, looking for that thing. You know, like me with the shadow stuff. You're like, don't get paranoid. You can. Now, just by kind of fleetingly or ethereally listening to that interview, this particular one with Dylan, I heard it. It was like, you couldn't be more clear. So thank you for that.
No, I just wanted to see what you guys, because I'm gonna have to bring this to a close. What your guys' thoughts were about that. I think that was amazing. He's all worked up now. SRB was talking to him, and he's excited. I'm going to try to get him to join us over here at this point. I really like the way he does this, okay? And I think it's important, and it justifies a lot of what we've already thought, and then some. It takes it even a step further, I think. So I think it's important, and it's more proof. And he said it multiple times in here. I mean, I took almost a quarter of a notebook of notes on this, you guys. Deception, all through the whole thing. And that's 100% right. I've thought that. Now, I want to see him do Bethany, too, because I'm real curious to see what he thinks as far as her reactions to things based on what Dylan's were. And then you put the two together, and there you go. So,
can I ask you a quick question? Because I did miss who he is. You said
you missed what?
The guy who is MIT Latin.
Oh, no. You sound like you're in a can. You sound like you're in a can. No, he studied statement analyzation for quite a period of time. He said he's not a professional. He said, but he studied it for a good period of time, which is enough for me. Somebody that that knows what they're looking at, what they're thinking on. He's not trying to make a permanent decision or anything. He's just saying this is what I see. And he was a fresh pair of eyes. He didn't know anything about the case really. He was looking at this as if Dylan was innocent of anything she could have done. And I think that going into it that way and then coming out of it the way he did is very important, because all of us looking at this think Dylan's a rat from day one, okay? And our perspective is completely biased on that. He had no bias. He had no perspective until he did this. And right as 4 minutes into it, he's like, there's something wrong. So
he drew me right in. He either had a very excellent teacher or just a natural, I wanted to say allocation, but aptitude for what he's doing. And
he's very good. Very good.
He's like an intense Senor Wazowski, you know? And
yeah.
It's so yeah, I'll send 15 of my alt accounts over there to sub up for him, try to get him up.
Well, we took him from 40 to 200, so I just want to keep him going because I think he's a good resource to have out here, truly and honestly. So
absolutely, sure.
One
thing we never got for one more thing is a lip reader. Did we ever find something? Because remember how in the grub truck, like, what are they saying? And we kind of
It would be good. It'd be nice to have one for sure. I agree with that. Hey, Bianca. I agree with you, bud. I fully agree. It'd be nice to have one for a lot of different things. But
Yeah.
Eddie, Jesse, Moto, any last comments on this or anything before we get out of here?
Yeah, I got something. This
Yes,
with
sir.
him going through this and explaining everything so clearly and being able to see the statement so clearly now, it's just another slap in the face. Honestly,
I agree. I do.
It's
I do.
just like another big fuck you from the Moscow Police Department.
Yes, sir.
I
Considering
really did have an epiphany when she said vacuum, and I've been thinking about this vacuum. I know people talk about beanbag guns. I'm telling you, they didn't tear down the house to hide beanbag guns. I'm confident now that she said gun. He reeled her in. She panicked. I could sort of feel the tension between them.
Yeah.
Where, oh shit, I wasn't supposed to say gun. What am I going to do now?
Right.
Vacuum, just whatever pops in your head. Vacuum.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
that's a good point.
I'm
a good
pretty
point.
confident that's what happened, man.
Well, considering I think Moto was the one that said that's the last thing she was probably doing is helping to clean things up, maybe with a vacuum,
Right.
and that's the last thing she remembered. So yeah, it's a good point.
You were, I don't know if you were Kim, typically uniques today, but one thing that was a point of discussion was the bathroom, the empty,
Yeah.
no anything in there. And I said, well, when I had roommates in California or whatever, we all had our little holdout baskets. You get your shampoo and take it back to your room with you and your towel. But we always had like a bath mat or 5-month-old towel that Marcus had left in there, and it's a quarter roll of toilet. That place had just been, you grabbed everything to wipe something up, in my opinion.
There was nothing in there, right? It's all taken out.
Remember, I was saying that this whole thing seems like an infomercial. Othram Labs, so bright. I'm waiting for Billy Mays Hayes from OxyClean to come riding in on the ShamWow guy's shoulder and be like, those bloodstains were no match for my OxyClean,
Yeah, right. I got you. It's insane. It is insane. I fully, that's great. I fully agree with you. Good one. Eddie, any last words for you, my friend, Eddie?
No last words. Thanks for having me as always, Dago.
Oh, always appreciated. Did you get anything out of that? Did it help you out in any ways, or at least interesting to you, or not? Okay.
I got something out of him, out of what he was sharing. I forgot what it was, but it's gonna stick with me. He made a good point about it was something more positive this time, because last time we were kind of tearing down the Muppet feds here, and I was saying how Lucy has said over and over, don't let them feed you, don't feed them. You get over my bridge from Doug Wilson, and it finally clicked in my brain. Like, hey, we've got 3 feds swirling around, and everybody's they got kind of the same angle, but they're giving you different stuff here. One's against the other one, and it's like, hey, don't like Ann. It's another divide and conquer. I don't know.
Well, that's what I've been screaming for days now, that we can't allow that stuff. That's why I'm done with it. I'm done talking about that stuff. We can't allow it to divide us.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry,
and
guys,
they
because that's what it's doing.
I'm sorry.
I said because that's what they're doing with it.
Right, absolutely. They're both like, oh yeah, it's fully in my report. You can read it. We didn't get your report, bro. Those pictures are redacted, Chris. And so, Mr. Purdy, please stop telling those dirty jokes.
They keep talking to us like we have all the same information that they do. When we pretty much clearly told them we do not have this information, or we have an altered version of this information. Right. And they just keep saying, "Oh well, if you refer to documents, so we don't have that."
I'd like to have those documents, truly and honestly.
If you're ready, here's what Purdy would say: if you were anybody like me, you would have it already. Come on, guys, that's tough road. He literally thinks he's 15 levels above the rest of the world, And he won't try to tell you about that.
You know what? It would probably take a special kind of person to do a job like that, though. You'd probably
Agreed.
have to be deranged in some sort of capacity.
Here's the thing about it.
Hold on real
is
quick.
that-
Thank you very much,
No,
Tara, for the gifted memberships. Miss Dakota, Halo Detective, Angel Head, Seeking Spiritual, and Algonquin. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. 14 new members today. Sorry about that. Thank you again, Tara. God bless.
Yeah, I got one the other day. There's no girl named Dakota that is not absolutely a smoke show. I'm saying. Literally, we're talking about. This is. I think you like this. With Pervy, and I saw it from the first interview more. He is kind of like he comes from a long line. I looked at his genetic genealogy, and he comes from a long line of New York shell table guys. You know, the little Connor. I'm just making that up. He talks fast. He'll accelerate through certain points, and I feel like it's his technique. And he uses large words, and then he'll kind of make a joke to make you kind of at ease with where he's at. But I almost feel like he would want to mess with people. Can you see that? Where he wants to mess with people's heads, especially somebody that's close to his intelligence and kind of challenge them. So I was like, you know what? How weird would it be if that his, you know that show Psych? It was on like USA Network.
Yeah.
And he could see everything in the crime scene, the evidence, like it would be like, yeah, like Columbo would do kind of. And so I was like, what if he sees everything in this paperwork and then thinks of the exact opposite that would actually fit and nobody would really be able to question it, but it's totally wrong. And he just does it to mess with you. I kind of get that upper decker impression of him, you know.
I mean, you never really know.
Right. I don't know. I don't see it per se that way, but I can understand anybody can see it in different
I'm
ways.
not saying that it's, it could just be little subtle things here. I feel like with the superiority thing.
I think the subtle things come out. If you watch his mannerisms when he talks to the custody queens, and then you watch him go and talk to the lady on Fox, completely different person. Well, the lady, when he was talking to the lady on Fox, he was almost like he was small. It looked like he felt small in that interview. When he talked on the custody queens, he was talking like he was the big dick, right?
I agree with that. Yes.
Absolutely. Yes.
Right.
All right, guys. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish up your thought.
No. Sorry, Dago. I don't mean
You're
to take
okay.
up your time saying.
No. Finish your thought.
I forgot to say now.
Hold on.
You up next.
There we go. You guys, anything else? Were you saying? I didn't mean to interrupt you. I really gotta shut this down. But was there anything left that you were saying, or did I interrupt you?
No. I mean, I'm just old. It's not your fault.
You're good.
Well, I'll remember like 20 minutes. I'll write it down next time.
Thanks for having us up, Dago.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining me. I thought that was a great show. I hope you guys.
Remembered. I'm sorry. I did remember. Wait. Don't kiss each other yet. He has the same kind of what is it? We need a hero. What was that guy? Lady saw me a hero.
Hero complex.
He comes in, right? Who is that? Anyway, so he comes in as a outsider with just documents, video, witness testimony, same as the what is it, the Wegman 3 or whatever it was, right? There's so many similarities in this case, and literally typically unique, almost went down my throat that they're innocent came. There's so many similarities with the investigation of the police and this and that. And then so he has, this is where I kind of got the idea for what if he's just trolling people, because he is almost that guy that all of the sides are looking to at the last minute to kind of call it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. He's kind of like everybody's last line of defense.
Yeah, I get it.
Like,
absolutely.
Ultimately, it's going to come down to his opinion is what's gonna flip the narrative one way or the other.
Sure.
Right. And
Sure.
he sort of like walks the crime scene. He's just depending on kind of the remnants like we're given. So that's all. Thanks for listening.
All right, guys. Thank you again. Very much appreciated all of you that joined me, Jesse, Eddie, Moto, and Kane. Thank you so much for your input, your opinions. I do hope you guys got something out of this show today. I thought it was great. I want to thank Travis again for doing what he does. I'm very much looking forward to the next stuff to come out. Very much. So I hope you guys got something out of it. I hope you enjoyed it, guys. Make sure to please hit that like button. Share this out. Make sure you subscribe to that channel as well. We've been dropping a link in here left and right. Travis T. Logic is the name of the channel. He does an amazing job. I think it's going to be a very good resource for us and help us to understand things a little bit better, guys. You guys are amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please, please. If you don't do anything, don't change anything, guys. You guys are absolutely the beautiful people, just the way you are. Nothing but love to each and every one of you. God bless. Thank you so very much to my moderators. Anybody that chose to support us in this fashion or any other, we are so very much appreciated of it. Thank you. God bless, and I will see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. True Crime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. Cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one.